This is ridiculous. There's literally no reason why this Channel Point Redemption on Twitch should not be working, okay? There's no reason. It's just decided that it wants to stop working. And this is why it can be so bloody frustrating when it comes to all of these little things. Because why? Why is it not working? There's no reason. I've literally not touched my computer for several days and it was working last live stream. There's nothing that's changed. It's ridiculous. Why is it like this? And this is what people don't understand is that it basically there we go. Okay, hopefully that'll work now. There's no reason why it shouldn't be working. It just decides that sometimes it's like, you know what, I need a holiday too sometimes. And anyhow, we got there. It should hopefully be working now. Oops, I will change the category on Twitch to just chatting while we are just chatting. There we go. Okay. Now, let me see.
I'm doing my part.
Thank goodness. And this is something that people don't understand about live streamers. A lot of us, we're not tech savvy, and yet we're forced to be tech savvy to solve what the hell is going on when things go wrong. And this is why I understand why people sometimes have a very simple setup with no shenanigans whatsoever. Anyhow, I am trying to get the strongest beard on the server. You got it, Rue. Hi, everyone. It's good to have you guys back here after trying to do the tech issues. It looks like we're up and running now. Look busy, everyone. We are tiny atoms on a waterbed of sand in a galaxy of the cosmos within the universe. It's okay if the bots are having a day off. That's cute. Yes, please vacuum, Kiwi Man. And hi, Phil. Good to see you. While you're fixing it, can you fix the get scammed? I've claimed it 4 times and nothing happens for that as well. I feel like it's working on my end. Do you not see, like, it worked when no, did it not work when you guys did it? I'll look into it. Neshi, thank you so much.
OMG 51 months.
Oh my god, Brian even said OMG. That's so cute. Look at that TTS. Oh my goodness. Neshi, thank you so much for the 51 months and just being a wonderful person. I hope you're well. I hope things are good. And it was just good to see you. Good morning, Night Fox. Hi, Michael. Oh my goodness. Maybe I need to claim it 5 times. Yeah, like, I swear, like, well, Dan, did it work for you? It should be working. Hi, Chloe. Ooh, I hope you had a wonderful time at your class party. Get all dressed up and fancy for it. Maybe. Anyways, good to see you, Chloe. Hi, Andrea. Hi, DDM. Someone made my best friend cry. I don't know what these things are. That someone is going to die. Well, you know, we don't always have to fight violence with violence, but you know, I wish the best for your friend. Good to see you too, Nashi. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, look, I'm doing. Do you know what day it is today? It's Tuesday, isn't it? Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Nine Fox. Happy birthday to you. Unless I got it wrong. I'm pretty sure, because I know it's like, it's not a full week of, no, it is a full week after mine. Yeah, right? It's exactly a week after mine. Oh, now you've made me nervous. Otherwise, we are just singing happy birthday a little bit preemptively or a little bit late. But I'm pretty sure it's the week after mine, which would be Tuesday, innit? Morena, hi. You single? Yes. So, would you like to mingle, Garazian? What do you think about that? Shall we link up details and hang out sometime? Yay! We did get it right, yeah, because I that's basically my point of reference, Nine Fox, is exactly 1 week later. Indeed, there we go. Well, you know, that's why I went live today. I was like, I can't let my boy down. Nine Fox, happy birthday. I hope you have a good day. And hopefully it's not too unpleasant for you today. I know that it's very hot here in Europe at the moment, so hopefully it's a good summer warmth rather than overheating. But happy birthday to our moderator, Nine Fox. So beautiful. So beautiful. Hi, Blot. Hello, Craig. Good to have you guys here. I have a question. Alice, go for it. Go say your question. And I shall not say this one feral 5 times in a row really fast. More than a woman to me. How do I tell my family, my mom, I'm pan on non-binary? I don't know what your parents are like, Alice. However, I mean, it is Pride Month. We still have a week of Pride Month. So perhaps you could take that angle where it's like, hey, Mom, as you might be aware, it's Pride Month at the moment, and I'm just finding that there are a lot of conversations that are being had that I really identify with, and I thought I should let you know. And it's really important to me that that I share that with you, and hopefully you can be supportive of that. I don't know. It's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. I think that it's a tough one because I guess I have a bias or maybe a supportive family, but I have I think it's sad that people feel the need to come out, I suppose, and I guess that's a recognition of how our society still is. Like, we haven't gotten to a point where people don't feel like there's stigma still around their orientation, and that sucks. It really does, because there shouldn't be a need to be hesitant or have any trepidation around how you identify, because that's just who you are. But I guess, like I said, there's some bitter, like it's sad that people still feel that it's like a scary thing to share with the people around them. Anyhow, Aussie, oi, oi, oi. Apparently, if I watch 2 more streams this week, I earn weekly rewards. There we go. All right. Do you like the NBA? No, I don't follow NBA personally. It is also mental's health month. Men's mental health month. So if you identify as a man, your mental health matters too. Yes, you can be very prideful in the fact that you are a man, and that is okay, all right? Look after yourselves, and hopefully you have others who can look after you too. $100 US donated. Well, you do know that, like, that it comes up if you do. If you want to donate, you can. You just got to donate to my stream elements. I didn't get a birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Hip to the hop for. Happy birthday to you. Is that better? Debating flirty creepy man. She's back. By golly, she's back. Well, it looks like it worked because after I asked if we should link up, they disappeared. So I'm telling you, it works. The best way I have found to counteract people who are being gross is to lean into it. I don't know what that says about them. I don't know what it says about me, but it just seems like they don't care for someone who says yes, because why would they, right? If I'm sitting here in my attic and I'm like, yeah, like, you're asking me if, like, we can go on a date and asking me if I'm single, I would love to go out with you sometime. I guess they're like, oh, no sane woman would say yes, and so they disappear very quickly. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. So if by that logic, that I am obviously putting on them with their logic, but by that logic, they shouldn't be asking. I guess they like the chase, or they enjoy it's like a rejection kink, maybe? Where they know that they can't attain some random person on the internet, and that's what's part of the, like, appeal in a way of, like, knowing that they can't have something, maybe. I don't know. I overanalyze this completely, but all I am saying is that in my experience, saying yes and has been the one thing that runs people off. But I know for other people it wouldn't. There will be plenty of people where that will not work. So choose your battles wisely, everyone. Choose your battles wisely. I got 5 different types of chocolate. Also, what's the national bird of New Zealand? Well, also, what's your chocolates that you've gotten? This is the national bird, the kiwi bird. That's why we're named kiwis. Okay, hello Eminem and hi Goku as well. Good to have you here. It does not let me send gifts. Yes, I don't have it sent turned on at the moment. Acknowledge. Hi, Bakumer. Hi, silly. That's me. Have you at least heard about the Knicks winning? I have heard about the Knicks winning, and I heard about the Knicks winning because of Moist Critical's video. Penguin Z0 did a video about some absolute degenerate cop. And I don't really want to talk about it because it's so sad. But if you guys have watched Moist Critical, you know what I'm talking about. That is how I learned about the Knicks winning. Is there was this situation where someone was super, super excited for the Knicks winning, and the neighbors were a bit concerned about the noises that were being made and that she might be in trouble. So they called the cops to check in on her, and then it just ended up really, really terribly. And it was very sad. And so, yes, I do know about the Knicks winning, but because of terrible circumstances, I know why the Knicks won. Anyway, if you want to know what happened, go check out Penguin Z0. Not that they need a lot of a lot of free promotion. He's hiding under his bed, scared. A female responded. Exactly right. And yeah, at least take out to dinner first. Fake freaks get scared when the abyss stares back fully. I like it. That is, you're absolutely right there. Tony's Chocolonely is so good. If you guys haven't heard about Tony's Chocolonely, not only is it incredibly delicious chocolate, the milk chocolate alone is so great. And then their flavored chocolates like the salted caramel, also delicious. But they have a very beautiful story as well. So their mission is basically to make sure that chocolate is done fairly. So removing what do they call it? Unfair labor, if not slavery, and usage of bad materials, and showing that it can still be affordable. And I would say it is a more expensive chocolate, but not that much more than any other chocolate. And knowing that you are doing the right thing when buying it and promoting fair labor is so good for the soul. Yes, ethically sourced, exactly. But I wouldn't say it is much pricier than other chocolates, other than maybe like a chocolate bar. If you're getting a chocolate block of Cadbury, for example, it's like knowing how much has gone into Tony Chocolonely's, I think it's very reasonably priced. Hi Adam, how you going? Rare Penguin Z0 shit take. Oh, you didn't agree with it? It says that they're cowards. You want to be gross, own it, loser, be a weird feet guy. Oh, right. But when they agree, don't you dare flee. You're stuck here. I may be conflating two things because of me reading these messages backwards. I think that regardless of if you think penguins had a shit take on the situation, it's still a shit sad situation. That is my stance. That is my take. And I think everyone can agree with that, for those who are aware. Oh yeah, but the cowards was about the gross people. Yeah, so it says that they're cowards. You want to be gross, just own it, loser. If you be a weird feet guy, but when they agree, don't you flee. You're stuck here. There we go. Okay, now I've read those two messages separately. They make more sense. Okay, I had to remove a channel server tech who had total access to the channel. Oh my god, he made an alt who came and posting hentai feet stuff, said let's make this guy a private channel for posting his feet pics. We later discover after his removal he was the same guy. Hilarious.
1 month to go. Clean cool.
Meerkats, thank you so much. I can't believe it's been about so long. That's so crazy. That is almost 5 whole years. Thank you, Meerkats, for the ongoing support. Your plant is doing okay. It's still downstairs. It just needs a little bit more oomph. I'm not so convinced on potting it yet, but I'm hoping that it will get there. But thank you so much for 5 years, basically. 5 years. How crazy. Hi, Cody Cameron. Okay, Cadbury hasn't tasted good since 2008. Yeah, I haven't had Cadbury in a long time. Although I would say that Australia Cadbury does taste a little like American Cadbury as in North America does taste very different to Australian Cadbury, but I haven't tried Cadbury in the UK, which is where it's supposed to be from. So maybe I'll try it at some point, but I am unfamiliar with how different it tastes over here. Where are you growing the beard downstairs in Red Dead Redemption 2 Space Slash? And in answer to that question, nothing wrong with Feet Kink, but the effort to create alts to create the discussion that a feet channel should be created was insane behavior. Exactly. And that's the thing is there are a lot of people who have a lot of kinks, and hopefully, you know, they find people that they can indulge in that kink with. But I draw my line at getting someone involved in your kink beyond their consent. Like if it's non-consensual, then it is not okay. So it's not so much so in that sense you're allowed to shame. If it's non-consensual, that is inappropriate and gross. And so for example, people who are taking photos of other people's feet, gross. But they're allowed to like feet. But the non-consensual stuff I don't have tolerance for. I did see what you said about Cadbury's. It's being bought by America, right? Crazy. Anyway, so maybe I'll have to go get some before it's fully taken over. I think they taste fine in Texas. Also thought they were orange flavored, not egg. That's fascinating. I will say that I do think Cadbury in America tastes very different. I don't know what they're making, but anyhow. Good morning, Season Lounge. Hello, hello. And thank you, Ice Cream, for the follow too. Having easy access to Whittaker's chocolate makes Cadbury even worse. Yes, fully, exactly right. So in our Discord server, one of our New Zealanders who lives in Australia showed that they got a whole bunch of Whittaker's chocolate. And I was like, oh God, I am so envious. Whittaker's chocolate is very, very tasty. For those who don't know Whittaker's chocolate, it is a New Zealand brand of chocolate, and it's very good. And they have so many different flavors, which are extra tasty as well. But I will say, Tony's Chocolonely's, it does compete. It really does. Yeah, you do think Kiwi Man. Cadbury UK was best, but was bought over by American holding company, so they've just started using palm oil. That's the one. And now it's rubbery and doesn't even melt. Yes, like why? Why? Thank you so much, Space Slash, and we might see you in the future, but you just do your thing. Thank you for swinging by. Yes, I can see you, Glow. You are fine. I said hello earlier alongside the other Glowy. I have a non-consenting kink, I suppose. I do nice things for people because it gives me self-gratification of the soul. I'm sorry to all those I have betrayed. You are so gross, Sean. So gross. Yes, of course, Schmick. Thanks for the luck. Cadbury Black Forest is my secret binge. A little warm enough, yeah, to separate the jellies and bickies. But I find Berry Forest, or is it the Berry and Biscuit? In Whittaker's, they have like their equivalent of Black Forest chocolate. And I don't understand what the difference between Berry Forest and Berries and Biscuit is. Maybe it's the type of fruit. But they give me the same vibes as Black Forest Cadbury chocolate. So good. Cadbury got bought by the country that uses puke extract as a preservative. Yummy, yum, 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 yum. Jelly Tip Whittaker's is so good. It is so, so, so tasty. And I said this in the Discord, I was so confused because I got a whole overhaul of my Whittaker's chocolate when I was flying from New Zealand to South Africa and then to the UK. And somewhere in South Africa, my Jelly Tip Whittaker's chocolate got lost, and I have no idea what happened. But I am certain that someone helped themselves to it, and I don't know who. But I am very sad about it because I was like, the best one, the Jelly Tip. It's basically like milk chocolate with a white chocolate top, and then it has this. Like it says jelly, but it's not like jam as the Americans think. It's more, but it's not quite jello. It's not that gelatinous. It's just tasty. It's just very, very tasty. And anyone who knows, knows. The reason why it's called Jelly Tip is because it has come from a New Zealand ice cream called Jelly Tip ice cream, which is basically vanilla ice cream with a like raspberry jelly tip. The top of it has a red tip, and it's coated in chocolate. And so the chocolate brand Whittaker's took that kiwi icon, the jelly tip ice cream, and turned it into a chocolate. It's very nice. It's very, very nice. Being a good person, ew. Good people are selfless. The acts of service seem selfless, but they're selfish because I do it to make me feel good. Yeah, it's the argument where people say, "Can you ever truly be selfish?" Sorry, the other way. Can you be selfless if you are doing things for others to make yourself feel good, because that's like a selfish act. So Sean is straight up saying, I do things for other people to make me feel good, and you know what, you own that, and I respect that. Psychic damage spell. Remember the taste of LMP chocolate? Oh. So I only tried it once a long time ago, and it had like the poppiness, right? No, not like a slime. It's more like the jelly tip chocolate is more almost like a goo, perhaps, but it's not gooey. What would be a good equivalent of the inside of a jelly tip? I'll see if I can show you a picture. How about that? So I'll show you the ice cream because that will be easy, and then I'll show you the chocolate. Might have to order some. I don't know how easy it will be to order. I mean, you have to look into it. It's probably going to be ridiculously expensive, though. Fun fact, those were dyed redder using dye made by Beats. Oh my gosh. Today I learned jelly tip chocolate. Okie dokie. So this is the ice cream. This is a kiwi icon, basically. So every New Zealander has had this on a hot summer's day at some point. And so as you can see, it's got this like vanilla at the bottom, and then it has this raspberry tip. And so that's why it's called a jelly tip, and then coated in chocolate. Looks like they even, oh no, that's all homemade. So that's jelly tip ice cream. And then here is the jelly tip inspired chocolate block. So I think if we come over here. Yes, so this one here is the chocolate block. That is their what it comes in. And then here we go. So this is what the chocolate actually looks like. You can see that it's got that milk base, the white chocolate top, and then I guess jelly in the middle, but it's not, I guess kind of like if you guys have had Cadbury Turkish Delight, that feels like the closest I can think of. It's not chewy at all. Yeah, I guess Turkish Delight Cadbury's the closest I can think of. But I don't know. But that, yeah, it's soft. It doesn't feel like jelly or jello, as the Americans call it. So I can't think of another equivalent. Yeah, it's not super gelatinous. Yeah, a soft gelatin maybe. Anyhow, it's very tasty. Halfway in between jam and jelly maybe. Yeah, I like that. I think that's a good comparison. Knobbly Bobblies. Okay, I will look this up. Knobbly Bobbly. Got it. Gooey inside a jelly too? Sounds like a sex ed lesson. What can I say? We teach everything around here. I just finished my Whittaker's banana caramel. Is that like banoffee, is it? While chewing, I realized I wanted a banana caramel cheesecake with a peanut butter biscuit base with a dollop of unsweetened vanilla ice cream. Yum, 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 yum. I love banana caramel, but that's because I love banoffee, which is what it reminds me of. Banoffee is like, yeah, caramel, banana, and cream, basically. Ordering things for people, I'm asking. But I will say that the new Halo comes out literally 1 week after my birthday. Well, make sure that you take some time off, I guess. I never saw the harm in being slightly selfish, helping others, because people get the help they need and you get to feel good. Exactly. It's a win-win. And that's another thing that people say is that if you're helping others, then then the world feels good, basically. We need replicators, damn it. Which one's a replicator? Or as in for having because sometimes when people say things that I've not heard of, I just assume that they might be a thing. But I think in this case you're thinking of recreating it. It's watery enough to go hard when frozen, but also just enough to hold itself when unfrozen. Yeah, exactly. Can we stop this chat? It's 10:30 and I'm thinking about desserts. Well, here's the Knobbly Bobbly. This reminds me of a Rocky Road a little bit, although this one might be more sweet. Yeah, Rocky Road ice cream is what this one reminds me of. It looks all right. Maybe like strawberry ice cream that looks like maybe caramel in the middle. Yeah, I mean, sure, it looks good enough. I think the presentation needs some work. But I could imagine that being a lovely summer treat for your childhood. Hey Joe, good to see you. Perfect time for dessert in New Zealand, exactly right. Halo is my favorite game series of all time. My mom already said she's gonna get it for me. Hell yeah. Who's Bobbly and why is he showing off his knobbly so much? Oh, it's a Star Trek thing as well. Oh my gosh, okay. Just normal chocolate, gotcha. Replicators, there we go. So the replicators are from Star Trek and there we go. Yeah, then we need to replicate. Understood. Rocky Road, I'll show you what Rocky Road looks like in my understanding. Oh, see what you have here. Definitely no strawberry. I might have to say New Zealand specifically. Yes, so this is a New Zealand specific Rocky Road ice cream. As you can see, very much strawberry in the middle. And there's the caramel one as well. But the classic is strawberry in the middle and then your nuts and chocolate bits on the outside. Even just this being a pink background, you can understand that it's strawberry flavored. So yeah. And then there's Golden Gay Time, which is the Australian one. Gay Time, which is also very tasty, but you can see that's more caramel based. A Bobbly looks like it tastes like metal. Yeah, the Bobbly feels like when you bite on it, it's like those silver balls that people put on cupcakes, and it's just not fun. It's just for decoration. But I think that it could be okay as a kid, maybe. Hi, Matthew. Psychic Damage again. Paddle Pop Rainbow ice creams are only caramel flavored. I never ate the Paddle Pop ice cream, so that one is not going to cause psychic damage on me today. But I can imagine that blowing a few people's minds when you think of rainbow and then it only being caramel flavored. I guess I just didn't really eat Streets ice cream as a whole. Bubbalo Bill, oh my gosh, Bubbalo Bill. These were the childhood. Is this outside of New Zealand? I feel like Australia may have had them too. But this was my childhood. They were so good. I loved getting me a Bubbalo Bill. Promise me a courage when you get back to New Zealand and I'll set aside a block of Whittaker's banana caramel for when you crawl back to New Zealand. Remind me what a cudge is. I don't know what that is. You have Rocky Road ice lollies. I don't know about that. What's an ice lolly? Is that a paddle pop stick? I don't know what that means. The Rocky Road are far superior to the Golden Gay Time. I do prefer Rocky Road personally, but that might just be a patriotic bias. Vanilla ice cream over here wouldn't know anything about flavors. Ouch, but fair. I reckon Rocky Roads were the most prone to falling off the stick. I completely agree, Meerkats. The amount of times that have, not even that your own Rocky Road has ended up on the floor, but when you see you walking past the dairy and you just see a lost Rocky Road. Oh, it's very sad. Golden Gay Time tastes best in June. I love it. New Zealand ruined Whittaker's with the peanut slab ice cream sandwich. Yeah, I just keep the peanut slab as is. I'm not terribly good at math, but it looks like double the price to get jelly tip chocolates here. Yeah, I saw that there was like you said $80 or something. Or someone said $80. Anyway, something ridiculous. So yeah, I can't imagine it being well worth the import cost. They gave me a Coke, says Chloe. Oh my goodness, it's a Spider-Man figure. That's cute. I saw the Spider-Man trailer has just come out, so I am thinking that I'll go watch that when it does. Moosies. I hated Moosies, but I'm not a fan of just flavored milk, I guess. Yes, I shall hydrate Sunday. What would you do for a Klondike bar? I've heard that they're good, but I've never actually eaten one, so I don't know how good. Probably like do a little dance, but not make a little love. Shark remembers the Bubble O Bill. Yeah, I don't know if they. Oh, there we go. Sold in Australia and New Zealand. Formerly available in US and UK, but they were under sister brands. Buffalo Bill is Buffalo Bill, blah 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 blah. And then yes, the nose is a gumball, so you got to eat the ice cream and then you had the gumball afterwards. But it looks like it is Australia, New Zealand, delicacy, let's say. And then nose would always be a different color. You never knew what color nose you were gonna get. It was a little bit of fun. Oh, that's a fun picture. Punky Penguin ice cream is the epitome of European ice cream treats as a child. Punky Penguin. Punky Penguin. As you can tell, it's very hot here in Europe, so that must be why we're talking so much about ice cream. Cornetto Trilogy when? We have watched Shaun of the Dead, and I think we watched Hot Fuzz, but not as a trilogy, so we do just need to watch at World's End, but we didn't watch them back to back. So it just depends if we want to do back to back. Oh, and Ice Lolly is a popsicle. Okay, understood. What do I call them? We have ice cream and what do we call them in New Zealand? Popsicle, ice cream, and ice block. That's what we call them in New Zealand. So, so an ice cream, as you can imagine, are the creamy things on a stick, but a popsicle still on a stick. I always call them ice blocks growing up because it's just a block of ice, I guess. God forbid someone leave a box of Eskimo pies in my vicinity. They'll be gone in minutes. What do they call them now, though? Polar pies? I think they call them polar pies. They removed the term Eskimo to try and be more progressive. This guy's kind of funky. Punky. Does he just have ice cream in the middle of him? Punky the Penguin review as an adult. Okay, I have to watch this. Yes, I'm happy to go to TikTok. What is this? Okay, sound. Ugh. Okay, I am not a robot, I swear. Just let me see the Punky Penguin.
Look how it bloody is. It's Punky the bloody penguin. My mum's going to demonstrate how you take off Punky the penguin's head. Go on. Get him off. Get it off. Jesus Christ.
It looks tough.
Joanne.
It's because they were trying to pull from the wrong part of the base.
I'm not sure how I feel about him. Punky's insides look a bit grim. Is that right?
We said next time we're busy, so next time we come up, we're going to go for a drink with it.
It's actually
Bringing back memories.
It is a little bit punchy.
A little bit funny.
No, I'd call it Aldi Express. But it's very nice though, love it.
Okay.
Gobbled him right up.
So
Love
it
you,
just
Punky.
is.
Look how it bloody
I think for something like this, the ice cream I can't imagine being super delicious, but the novelty is what makes it very, very nice. Because he is quite a punky penguin, we'll give him that much. Have you seen the new ice cream shaped like fruit? No, I don't think I know this one. No, Hydrate definitely has the bonk, but if you can't hear it, that's another thing. I had so many slushy cups growing up, meerkats. I loved a slushy cup. Slushy cups, for those who don't know, is like, if you imagine slushy from a 7-Eleven, but a little bit creamier, and frozen solid. It was in a cup, and then kind of like a tub of ice cream, but smaller, and you just, it'd come with a spoon, and you'd drink away at, eat away at it. It was great. Flavoring milk is only acceptable if you can't drive. This is the correct opinion to have, Zombie Cat. Completely agree. All right, catching up since I was watching that one. I'm watching Spider-Man with my figure after the stream. Sounds fun. Oh, this sounds tasty. I like me a very good ice cream sandwich. Nice. Yeah, I only got into ice cream sandwiches later in life, but they're pretty good. I've had the Klondike bars, wouldn't get out of my chair for one. Alan Snakes, though, of all things. I would not have picked that. Yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong with a snake, you know. We had a similar one in the USA in the 90s based on TMNT. That's so cute. I love it.
My part.
Tim Minchin claims that only a ginger can call a ginger ginger, but I don't think he's actually a ginger. He's absolutely a ginger, the same way I'm a ginger. I feel like there are a lot of... I talked about this literally last stream, where I feel like I have ginger imposter syndrome sometimes. So if people call me ginger, then Tim Minchin is absolutely a ginger. Let me show you. Da 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 da. Boop. It's just similar to me. It's not super fiery red, I would say, but it will change in the lighting to become less or more red. See some of these ones, especially here, like that one's looking super red, but that could be a little bit more of editing. But even here, like I think Tim Minchin and I don't have the same hair color, but it's similar in the sense that it's not just bright, fiery red. So yes, Tim Minchin can still call a ginger because he is a ginger, in my opinion. But like I said, only because if people call me a ginger, they can absolutely call him a ginger. Hi, Ron. It's not really hot in Europe. The problem is the damp heat. Yeah, the humidity. It's so gross. And that's what I appreciated about Melbourne, is Melbourne never really got very humid. And so, yes, it is definitely what makes it feel hotter than dry heat. However, at the same time, it is over 30 degrees Celsius this week where I live. So it is also just straight up hot regardless of the humidity. If you didn't chew straight through the bubblegum nose on your popsicle like a real man, you haven't lived as a kid. Adorable. It does for this one. He says he does for this one. I does for this one. I bubble Bill all the time. I love that, Christy. We have Golden Gate Time ice creams and we have Klondike ice creams, and the straights get Bubble Bill. Look, you say the straights, but did you see what that Bubble Bill looks like? Bubble Bill is for everyone, okay? I mean, look at him. There ain't no way. Bubble Bill, and also how cute that they have a hole in their hat. That's adorable. Anyway, you can say that he's for the straights, but I'm telling you, he's got a rainbow nose. You never know what color you're gonna get. And so I think Bubble Bill is for everyone. Inuit Pies doesn't have the same rings. No, it does not. Urban Dictionary says a cudge is a mixture between a cuddle and a hug. That's so cute. I love that. Ah, Gavin and Stacey. Yeah, maybe Welsh. Hi, Elisa. Good to see you. How you been? Sorry, I'm a little bit far behind with the chat. Are you a pumpkin? Yes, I am. Only a robot would say that. I like it. It is Welsh. There we go. It's a uniquely Welsh word that means a cuddle or embrace, but goes deeper to represent a hug that makes someone feel safe, warm, and comforted. It can be used both as a noun and a verb. That's beautiful. I love it. I don't know who Punky the Penguin is, but I don't trust him to hang around schoolyards. That's the thing. There's just something a bit off about him. Hey, there's Punky the Penguin again. I think as a kid you could potentially love him, but as an adult, I think there's something a bit odd. There's just something a bit funny, and I can't place it. I just don't trust him. Like you, Kiwi Man. I don't trust him. Has anyone tried deep fried ice cream? I haven't, but I know a lot of people swear by it. Snickers is king. Snickers wins every single time. I actually got some Snickers ice cream recently to compare them to the Mars ice cream, but the Mars ice cream is definitely better. Sorry. If we're going to watch The World's End, then we have to watch Will, not part of the Coronado trilogy. It does have Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, and is very what? Sorry. Important, maybe. Take your canvas bags to the supermarket. Yeah, sure. Hi, Frank. Good to see you. How are things? I was a ginger as a baby. Thank the gods it darkened. Well, we can't all be so lucky, Fooly. Yeah, we got to stick together, exactly, Kiwi man. If no one else is sticking up for us, we got to. I have no gatekeeping when it comes to ginger hair. If people want to dye their hair ginger, I have no gatekeeping whatsoever because we really don't have a lot of friends, and so therefore we do need to stick together. It's like all is welcome, okay? Just as long as you're on my side, then I don't care. As long as we are having some camaraderie and, you know, what is it? The soldiers in the trenches and some trauma bonding, then all are welcome, okay? The Tron does get really humid. Meerkat's an answer to that one. Currently, Tip Top have been doing a choc bar trumpet. That sounds delicious. That really, yeah. I always love choc bars as well. They're so good. I never met Buffalo Bill, but I wouldn't trust him around kids. Oopsies. Hi, William. I think these are Punky's friends here by the looks of it. If this is the company that he keeps, then I'm still skeptical. Hi, Fighter. I'm back. Hello. Or Daniel, as you say. There's a collection of Punky and his other friends. Yeah, I think these ones must be them. It's a freaky Toucan Sam. I like that. Yeah, it's meant to be Toucan Sam, but it's not quite there. What up, William? Just watching Breaking Bad. I still haven't finished it. So I've got 1.5 seasons left, and so I go through phases of watching it. Are you gonna get GTA 6? I think so. I have been thinking about playing some of the other GTAs, but because I never really played them. I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2 at the moment, but I hadn't really gotten into Rockstar in the past. And so I thought that GTA 6 would be a good one for me to jump in. But at the same time, it would be kind of fun to play like San Andreas or something. But anyway, I haven't pre-ordered it, so I will hold off making decisions anytime soon. You look like my sister. You guys have a very pure heart. That's sweet. Well, thank you so much. Deep fried ice cream is meh. I prefer baked Alaska in diametrically different heated desserts. I have never tried either a baked Alaska nor a deep fried ice cream, so I will take your word for it. The hole in the hat of Buffalo Bill was conceived by a New Zealand artist who thought the bullet hole in the hat would be a philosophical message about how bad Clem is at aiming in Red Dead Redemption 2. They freaking called it, hey? They freaking called it. But yes, so for those who don't know, Nine Fox just made us aware of Barbie Rewind. Literally the only company that dares release a game the same month that GTA 6 is releasing their game this year. And you know what? You got to put respect on them. You got to put respect on their name. The fact that Barbie is out here being like, we don't give a damn that GTA 6 is coming out. We're going to release in November, unlike all of the others who decided to release in September. Nope, we're doing it. We're freaking doing it. And here it is, Barbie Rewind. It looks incredible. So I think, yeah, that's what we might have to sink our time into rather than GTA 6. Because why GTA when we can Barbie Rewind, okay? Decorate the dream house through the decades while playing classic Barbie games. In Barbie Rewind, Barbie invites you into her cozy creative world and entrusts you to customize her dream house. Barbie also left you her game collection, so you can revisit your favorite Barbie video games. I cannot wait. It's gonna be great. 12th of November, 2026. Add it to your wish list now. It doesn't get enough love because you know why? Because it doesn't need to. That's right. Barbie doesn't need to advertise when she knows she's gonna sell. I'm so excited. It's gonna be great. Real Ones rocked with Bibble from Fairytopia, Foolie. Don't worry, I know what you're talking about. I wasn't so much a Fairytopia fan, but Mermaidia, lefting, leftaroo. It's just at the take a left at this coral. Lefting, leftaroo. Oh my gosh. So good. Barbenheimer all over again. See, Barbie knows her shit, okay? Barbie knows her shit. You should try an air fry ding dong. All right, if you suggest it. I'm back. Welcome back. I'm about to start Ozymandias, the third last episode, and I think the highest rated episode in TV. Damn. See, I know how Breaking Bad ends to an extent. I just don't really know how it gets there, and I'm very, very, very excited to finish it at some point. So we are just talking about games, and we were talking about ice cream at the moment. Yeah, I'm really happy with the little trio behind me, Frank. It's adorable. You were right. What can I say? You were right. Haven't finished Breaking Bad. Jesse is Luke Skywalker's father. Let me try this again. If we're going to watch The World's End, then we have to watch Paul while not part of the Cornetto. Oh, yes, understood. We have to watch Paul, the Alien movie. Yes, gotcha. It does have Simon Pegg and Nick Frost and is very good. I have seen this one, actually. I'm also replaying Red Dead. Yes, I have been streaming it. I'm how many hours in? I'm in chapter 6 now, if that helps fit. So I'll be playing some in another hour or so if you want to watch. However, I don't play games on my X Clementine YouTube. I play them on my X Clem Plays YouTube channel, or on Twitch. So if you want to live chat, I recommend coming over onto Twitch, because then you can tap away. But if you're happy just chucking it on in the background, then X Clem Plays is the best place to have that as well. You have great voice and humor to do GTA roleplay. I think I would thrive in something like GTA or Red Dead roleplay. I really do. When I saw, because I know that it's still very much a big thing in the role-playing circles and very common, but I only came across it during the COVID lockdown period where a lot of streamers kind of, like the Among Us crowd, they started getting into GTA RP, and watching them, I was like, I would thrive in this environment. I love role-playing. I have been playing D&D for years. I'm an improviser in that regard. I would thrive in RP. So maybe it's something I should look into in the future. Hi, Full Truth. The Rewind game I'm looking forward to is Toy Story. I didn't even know that they had a game, to be honest. I am also aware that people will be looking forward to Black Flag. We're all neglecting a deep fried Mars bar ice cream. Holy moly, I still haven't tried them. I guess because I don't really like deep fried stuff in general, so that's why it never really appealed for me. And happy birthday, Daniel, for turning 21 this week. Very exciting. Barbie knows her atomic calculations, for sure. Ozymandias just reminds me of Watchmen. There we go. Isn't the New Zealand election in November? Yes, it is correct. GTA 6 comes out, no one's voting. They forget to vote because they're just stuck on GTA 6. Oopsies. Slip another wind on the Barbie. That's the one. Yeah, Paul isn't part of the Cornetto trilogy, but Cody Cameron acknowledged that too. A lot of people have been, yes, the Mecha Chameleon. I've seen people get onto that too. They call me Mr. Right. Well, that's certainly what I call you, Frank. The PS3 game has been sitting on my account on Platinum for 11 years. Oh, really? The Toy Story. I didn't realize that was such a thing. Okay. I think Clem would be funny as hell on Mecha Chameleon. This needs to happen. Yeah, so I don't really play multiplayer games, let me put it that way. Why does your face look so red? Because it's hot, I guess. It's 30 degrees Celsius. If it looks so red, I didn't notice. Does it actually? I'm pretty sure this is just my skin tone. Maybe the sun is shining more today. Does it look red? I feel like I'm going to start flushing and getting embarrassed now. I don't think it looks more red than usual, but nonetheless, it is 30 degrees Celsius. Your face looks so red because you're well-versed. Thank you, Kiwi Man. I appreciate that. But yeah, if anything, it'll be because of the heat. But unlike other days, there is actually a very strong wind alongside the heat today. So it's actually okay. My window's open and it's got some airflow, and that's what's keeping the attic, I wouldn't say cool, but fine is the word I would use. Join us on Twitch to suffer our wrath. No, that's not too harsh. They need to know what they're getting in for. The original release of Toy Story was on the SNES. Oh my god. I just had ice cream with apple pie. Delicious. I was wondering if the ice cream makes the apple pie better or if the apple pie makes the ice cream better. I think that the ice cream definitely makes the apple pie better because it adds like that coldness and the creaminess to it. But I also don't like eating ice cream on its own. So I think the apple pie, I mean, ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both? That's what I think. I've been thinking a lot the last few weeks about using different alcohol for batters. People use beer, yes, and sparkling wine because of the carbon, but also the alcohol creates tiny bubbles due to it evaporating before the water does. Yeah, GTA. Boba, well, I made a Guinness cake on stream for my last year birthday, actually. So I guess there are people who use the nitrogen as another option to carbon. So why not other alcohols? I think there's definitely something there. A Clem Red Dead Redemption RP is something I didn't know I needed until right this second. I could be my southern belle. I'll be like Sadie, you know? She's just crazy. I'll get right in there. Trying to make everyone Twitch, but not me. I will quiver. I like it. I got an AV to HDMI adapter for my Nintendo 64. I spent the first hour on Zelda just jamming on the ocarina. That's so exciting. I love that you made it able to work. That's beautiful. Get the face powder out. Exactly. I just need to touch myself up. Hi, Mr. Grease. Oh, thank you, Josephine. Much appreciated. You're freaking the hell out of the shorts people zooming in. Not that much. They probably just had an aneurysm. I do see where my I think I can show you guys if you're curious. If it just depends if it will show my OBS or not. If I do this. Yeah, there you go. So this is basically what I see when it comes to my vertical. So I have the canvas to show so that I can see what the shorts people see. And so this is I know what it looks like when I zoom in. So as an example, if I zoom in, I like usually I'm here, and so I often find that I will place myself so that it still works. I see what they see, and yes, the thing is, it is a jump scare, but it's a jump scare even for the horizontals. So there you go. There's a little peek behind the curtain. I use the Stream Elements plugin at the moment. No aircon around the world still confuses me. It's disgusting. I hate it, Zombie Cat. It really anyway, it's gross. Yeah, it's just the Polynesian flush. Tolerable is probably the word I'd use for the attic. I think that's the perfect word for sure. Yeah, just overheating. That's the one. Skin tone is a little more red. Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's. I think that it would just be temperature. I haven't gotten sunburnt or anything. It would just be what's going on at the moment. If the apple pie is hot, then ice cream probably makes the apple pie better. Yeah, for sure. But it can be both ways. That was a reference to Ooh Idea Spice Rum Batter. Yeah, gotcha. And that's all connected. That's a dope-ass background. There you go. I've had this since playing Elden Ring. When did I play it? In 2024. So it's been 2 years that I've had this background. I can't remember the artist's name. Their signature is actually at the bottom here because this was made as like a 4K vertical background, and so their signature is somewhere on here, but as you can tell from the horizontal, it is not so obvious, but it is beautiful. That's why I've had it for 2 years. So shout out to that artist. Thank you for giving me an incredible Melania background. I feel like Millie the Minotaur suits a stereotypical American South accent really well. Yes, I like it. And especially with her cleric background and the religious aspect, it feels very appropriate too. Not quite Louisiana or Florida, maybe Tennessee or South Carolina. Well, I just have to learn how to do a southern accent in the first place now. Together they turn into something greater than the separate parts. It's a magical combo. Exactly right, 9Fox, for the ice cream and apple bar. Hi, Shane. Oh my God, is that the Shane Walker? Welcome on in. It is a pleasure to have you in. Perfect skin and no blemishes or video quality drop. Hi, Chandan. My background is usually the Banksy Pulp Fiction, but with Boba Fett instead of the monkeys. That's cute. Apple pie doesn't feel the same like they say. You also need to let it cool down. Sean, I know you're a funny guy, but I would not put it past you not on my own experience. Sure, okay, you tell yourself that. We totally believe you. If anybody asked, nobody did, and a friend told me, yeah, sure. Sorry, bananas, not monkeys, yeah. Thank you, Andy, much appreciated. It has not been 2 years since you played Elden Ring. I refuse to be old. Yeah, well, you know what they say. I don't know what they say, but you know what they say. Yeah, it's very, very pretty. Look, Stifler was one of my idols. I can't be blamed. Oh, okay. Here's something stupid that I must share with you all. So I have been watching Final Destination. So I watched the first Final Destination a few days ago, and the reason I bring it up is because Stifler's actor makes an appearance. It's actually surprisingly good. I wasn't expecting it. So I'm not talking about the Final Destination Bloodlines that came out a few months ago. I meant the OG. And the OG is actually surprisingly decent. There's a bit of a product of its time. There's some cringy acting, some plot holes, but I think as a concept, even what 25 years later or whatever it's been, I get why it spawned a whole franchise. I really do. The first time I came aware of Final Destination was when the 5th one came out. I would have been in high school, and the friends and the company I was keeping, they were so excited because they were Final Destination fans, and I was like, okay, I've never really watched this. But Final Destination 5 was the one that stuck with me was the gymnast. If you know, you know. That one just that really got to me. And I'd never seen any other Final Destination, and I decided, you know what, I'm gonna chuck it on, because I was basically just seeing. I don't have Netflix or Prime at the moment, but my housemate has like an Apple TV that has a few apps, and so I've had free reign to browse. Was it Now? I can't remember. One of the apps that they have, and I saw Final Destination, and I was like, you know what? It's 90 minutes of my time. Fuck it, I'll chuck it on. And I was genuinely surprised at how much I enjoyed it. It was great, and oh my god, Ali Larder, the girl who plays Claire, and I do mean Claire. That's not my New Zealand accent. Her name is Claire, not Claire. It's Claire. Anyway, she is a foxy lady, I tell you what. I remember her as one of those twin triplet clone, whatever the hell she was in Heroes, and and then I watched Final Destination 2, and geez, she's very beautiful. One of the ladies in Heroes, she played the one that had all of the twins or the triplets or however many. I have been thinking about going back and watching Heroes. I never finished it because, you know, for those who watch Heroes, it turned shit. So why would I finish it? But there's a part of me that wants to wrap it up. Hi, Goku. Hi, James. Good to see you guys here as well. Thank you so much for popping in. And Clem approves. Ooh, thank you. Yes, basically for those who are reading the title, I'm playing Red Dead Redemption 2. I want a size 10 beard, okay? Clear, but not the Scottish pronunciation. Yeah, it's Clear Rivers. And I was like, this just feels like I guess, you know, like Native Americans, how they often have these beautiful nature names. It kind of reminded me of that. But she's very white, so it made me go, how did she get a name like Clear Rivers? Anyway, she's gorgeous. Hi, Gazzy. Thank you so much. It's good to have you back here. Nobody finished it because it was shit. Exactly right. Ali Lauder, absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, she's so beautiful. Final Destination 2. Yeah, so I watched Final Destination 2 last night, actually. So I think I'm going to go through and watch them all because why not? And so honestly, both of them were fine. I think it's just very easy entertainment. Like, I'm entertained by both times. And so I'm curious to see where it goes. I feel already the formula is like, how do we up the ante and get more gory? So I am curious a bit how the storyline will go, because I think the first Final Destination, it has the ability to not have any predecessors. And so they kind of are figuring out what's going on. Whereas the second one, it's like, we know what's going on. So it's not I didn't find it as compelling in that regard, because it was just very easily accepted of the narrative that like death is coming after them. So I wasn't as convinced, but I do like the end. It's an old film, I'm just going to spoil it. But Final Destination 2, I did like her having to die. I thought that was very clever. So I will give it that at least. But again, like, how do you keep making a storyline from there? And that's why I want to keep watching. Updates on Dicks in My Ass. So basically, that was something that happened yesterday, actually, and it was a little bit much, to be honest. I think that just the one next time, just the one. Anyhow. The boy with the visions, Devon Sawa, played the human version of Casper. Oh my god, there we go. Came back from the ads. Oh, sorry, I missed the ads. My apologies. Truly Lost Gamers. Good to see that. Might go see Toy Story 5. Very cute. And Supergirl. Cute. I want to see Obsession. That's the one that's high on my list. I just haven't had a chance to go to it yet. Final Destination 3 with a staple gun. Oh no, that makes me very nervous. But when I watch it, I'll let you know. Ali Larder and Jay and Silent Bob. Oh my gosh, yeah, she's just gorgeous. My goodness. I have been thinking about Spider Noir, but I don't have a subscription to. I think it's Prime, right? Season 1 to 2 Heroes, yeah, that's basically where I watched it. I think I've watched a bit of Season 3, but I never finished Season 3. I love your dungarees. Thank you. These are my original dungarees. So, Gazzy, I wear dungarees pretty much every single stream. But these are the OG dungarees, my very first pair. Best death in the series. Oh, well, I mean, I have to watch more. I think that I will say I do like the Coke snorter in 2, where the fence goes through him and then he separates in 3 parts. And I think, like, in a modern standard, that CGI is a lot more easy. But at the time, like, they did very well to get that CGI. I think that one, it was a bit goofy, but it was impressive. Just the 3 parts of the body. I liked it. There's a Blackbeard and a Bluebeard, but no Redbeard. Well, we can be that one. How about that? As soon as the 3D came in, what a great series. Yeah, 3D. Remember when we thought that was going to be the future? Do you know it was originally created for an X-Files episode? I did not know that. Crazy. I was going to watch that. Yeah, soon. Seeing the kid in Bloodlines, yeah, so I didn't watch Bloodlines whatsoever. I just decided to watch the original Final Destination just because it was on the app. Don't assume someone's heritage based on skin color alone. Claire Rivers could easily be raised on Native American. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm speaking from experience. A lot of people doubt my ethnicity. I get it. But it's not so much about doubting her ethnicity and more understanding that she's a fictional character and they decided to give her that name for what reason? Anyway, she's dead now, so I did like that she died. I would have been very miffed if she didn't die in the second one. Final Destination movies are popcorn horror. Yeah, I like it. I've really enjoyed the first two movies, truly. Feels like the franchise has to survive on finding loopholes here. It was hard to see Tony Todd in the last one, but bless him for doing it all the same. So which one is Tony Todd? I'll look them up. You reset it. I haven't worn dungarees since I was 6. Oh my gosh, wow, they're still a staple. The kid getting flattened, that was also, yeah, outside of the dentist's office. Hi, Yellow Duck. Best death in Final Destination is absolutely the dude who slipped in the bathroom. Oh my gosh, yeah, crazy. What else was there? Oh, so many. Saying dicks in my ass sounded like something else. Oh, yes. No, it was supposed to. The person who wrote it was trying to get me to say dicks in my ass, but they didn't realize that I have no issues with saying dicks in my ass. So that's all there is. I got no issues with dicks in my ass. Hi, Barry. Who would doubt you're British? No one. No one. Best death in the series as a man. Which scene did I enjoy to watch? Actually, I honestly don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that in a later movie? I know that there were the titties before the highway crash. I don't remember anything super like sexy in the first or second film. Pool filter butt explosion. Oh, is that the one that is meant to be the most fun to watch maybe? Where's dicks in my ass? That son of a bitch owes me money. Or do they? Yeah, I guess they would owe you money, eh? I've never seen any of the Final Destination movies in their entirety, but to my understanding, the end of every Final Destination movie is that everyone dies. Well, not everyone. The first one, I can tell you, Goku, that in the first one, there are 2 survivors. But I do like the ending where it's like, yay. And then it's like, wait. And then the second one, they cheat death. And so I am curious how they're going to do it in the third one. Alex, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Any message? No message? Well, I have a message for you. Just thank you. That is very kind. I really do appreciate it, truly. So sorry, Sean. Please. I wouldn't say dicks in my ass if I didn't expect someone to clip it. Tony Todd played the morgue guy. Oh, yes. I remember actually as a teenager, my friend talking about Tony Todd because they're like, yeah, this is Candyman. They're in every single film because I hadn't watched them. I'd only watched number 5. So, yes, I do indeed know Tony Todd in that case. I had to double take the stream. That is what the person was intending to. Sorry, Lily. Googly men in dungarees, that is not an easy look to pull off. I believe in you, Gertie. I believe. We need to do Final Destination marathon so we can all be on the same page. I feel like that will be one that I will. I think that I want to keep on watching that just for myself because I'm already 2 movies in. But I would be willing to do a different franchise marathon if you have a similar vein. I'm well, thank you, Alex. Thank you very much for asking. The best one, maybe that's the one, Boba, number 5, the one that has stuck in my head the most. And albeit, Final Destination 5 is the only one that I've seen, but the gymnastics scene is. Like, I don't remember any other death in Final Fantasy V except for the gymnastics scene. I remember the big catastrophe and what happens at the beginning of the movie and them surviving that. But the gymnastics scene, ooh-wee! And I think they did a really good job because, again, this was my first time watching a Final Destination back when I was a teenager, is like seeing all of the things in place to make you think how they're gonna die and then how the gymnast actually dies. I think that's gonna be my that's gonna be the one that will always stick with me, even if there's more gruesome or more impactful for other people. Being my first film, that I think is the one that the screw on the tack on the equipment and then just how it all happens. It's and the dripping cooler and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. Have you ever watched Haunting of the Hill House? No, I haven't. I'm actually relatively new to the horror genre, but I realized that I'm a fan. I always thought I was not a horror enjoyer, but it was once I started live streaming and I got introduced to good horror that I even can appreciate bad horror, funnily enough. So both in video games and in movies. So I've seen some really great horror films, and even ones that aren't so great, I still find them enjoyable now. Anyway, I've been watching a few movies. Funnily enough, I watched The Notebook for the first time. I know this feels like such a different vibe to Final Destination, but I watched The Notebook. I don't get it. I really don't. I really don't. Like, it was sweet, I guess, but maybe because I missed the hype of when it originally came out that I wasn't like, oh my God, this is so beautiful. But at the same time, I'm not really a romantic. But anyhow, it was just, I tell you what, it's not the what I thought it would be. She's toxic as hell. Do not diss it. She's so toxic. He is, and then I just feel sorry for him because he had, I think the idea is meant to be, so this is Ryan Gosling's character. The idea is meant to be like that there's this one love that he has and he can't like separate that. And there's something beautiful in that notion. But I feel sorry for him that he has the inability to move on. And then she was lucky enough to find two people who are great. And I kid you not, James Marsden's character, London, he's so lovely. And this is the problem with James Marsden. He often, like Teddy in Westworld, he so frequently gets these characters that just can do no wrong. Parents love him, he's good looking, he can dance and sing, and then on top of that, he understands when the lady needs to go do her own thing, and he'll check in and he's worried about her, but he's like, but you've got to do what you've got to do. And he's just so perfect. But I guess that's not the point. The point is that she just wasn't herself with him, and it's not what she chose. Anyway, she cheated, so toxic. So I am not a fan of Ali, Miss Ali of The Notebook. I'll tell you what, it just feels like that same formula of, oh no, woe is me. I have so many guys liking me. Whatever am I gonna do? I'm rich and educated and pretty, and I have too many guys who like me. My life is so hard. My life is so hard. That's The Notebook. If you have never seen it, now you have. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. That's what the formula. It's the same freaking formula. Anyway, it pissed me off. Anyhow, I'm a little bit behind, so I'll catch up with these things about Final Destination. Final Destination Bloodlines was actually one of my favorites. Okay, well, I'm working up to it. Because how many are there? Evil Dead franchise, we actually watched... I don't know if we watched all of them. We definitely watched a couple Evil Dead. But not all of them. Final Fantasy, yeah, that's the one. Evil Dead 2013 is goated. Final Destination, there we go. The Vine Tree possession scene is a bit how you going for Evil Dead. Yeah, I haven't seen 2013, so I don't know that one. Yeah, the gymnastics scene is... I just want to see Clem freak out watching the first Terrifier. So freaking good. I would watch Terrifier for sure. 3 Guys, 1 Hammer. Oh no, gosh. Not the Jar Squatters and the Meat Sprints. Those are classics, Alex. You're showing your age with that one. Clem didn't realize she was a fan of horror until some of the dates she'd been on and kept dating. Hilarious. Please watch both. They are insanely good, very intelligent and great twists. Watch the trailers. You will not be disappointed. James, which one was this one as well? I will be leaving. No, it was very sweet, James. The Notebook, it was like, the thing is, once I got past the first 10 minutes, I was like, this is very sweet. Don't get me wrong. The elder couple, it's very, very cute. But it just, I thought Ali was toxic. And I felt really bad. I just felt bad for the guys. That's what it was. Oh, yeah. So Haunting of the Hill House and Haunting of Billy Manor are the ones you wanted me to watch. I think I watched the first two. Apparently horror is the best investment. Yes, because it's cheap and popular. Because if you make a horror film, they can be made very cheaply and therefore can likely make a profit. And that's why there are so many of them. The Notebook, I'm not going to lie, was my background movie as a teenage boy. Read into that as you will. Yeah, I don't really know. The Notebook is tween shit for Americans. I mean, not just for Americans, for the whole world. Thank you very much. I was around for the hype and a romantic and don't understand The Notebook either. John Wick, however. Have you seen Mirror? No, I don't know that one. Mirror. I'll look it up. Mirror movie, I should. Nothing will ever beat Titanic. I actually should watch Titanic again. It's been a long time. She literally got to choose between Ryan Gosling and James Marsden. I did have a moment where I was watching it where James Marsden's character was sitting down and chatting to her and was like being all understanding and beautiful. And I was like, this would be a perfect opportunity for him to be like, have you ever heard of a thing called polyamory? Imagine, if you will, she gets the spoils of London and the love of Noah. I bet that it was a win-win. That's how it should be rewritten. You might be hitting me with an identity crisis talking about that movie. I'm sat here feeling like Ryan Gosling's still not at the end of the movie, but there is no James Marsden in this situation. But damn, oopsies. She's so toxic is the first description I've heard of that movie that actually makes me interested in watching it. Really? She is, though. She is. And the whole first 10 minutes is not like how he is trying to like flirt with her. I was just like it's just like the thing is, he was very toxic to try and get her attention to start with. But after he lost her, basically, it was just like pining after her, which was, you know, a love lost, and that's very sad and kind of sweet at the same time. But anyway, I'm glad I watched it. How about that? Why your background look like Mecha Chameleon? That's hilarious, weird guy. I hadn't thought about it. Horror has such a wide spread, from a psychological gore to spooky ghost stuff. Horror just seems to be low budget, which creates innovators. Exactly. I think that's such a good way of putting it. Instead of having the budget for you know, the Marvel slop kind of situation, they do have to actually think. However, once a franchise picks up steam, I think that's when you see the dip in quality and in these franchises, because they often will go a direction that was too far from the innovation and original idea. Imagine a remake of The Notebook with Bonnie Blue. Yeah, that would just be all of the guys. Yeah, Mecha Chameleon with the brick wall. I like it. Thank you, Aaron. It's good to have you here. I wish Final Destination Bloodlines used more practical stuff. Yes, and so that's something that I loved about early horror as well, is like you say, that innovation of how to make something scary without CGI. I don't know 13 Ghosts. A horror date story. I have told my horror date story from last year when I was in the UK. It wasn't really a horror though. It was just, I called him the kid. He's got a lot of growing up to do is all. Thanks, Goku. Oh, I'm not sure why they didn't show up on stream. Sorry, Goku, but nonetheless, and maybe next time it will work okay. First stop Terrifier, last stop August Underground and Salo. I don't even want to ask. I don't know who Mike Flanagan is. Isn't Where the Crawdads Grow a ripoff of The Notebook? Yeah, I would have no idea. I don't know this one. Sorry, Alex. About Time is pretty damn good. Well, I mean, I just love Rachel McAdams. She's a gorgeous woman. So I don't think I know wait, she is in that one, right? Because she's in Time Traveler's Wife and About Time, which is so silly. Like, yeah, she's literally in the Time Traveler's Wife and About Time, and they're basically the same plot line. It's ridiculous. Anyhow, I don't know. Yeah, I've not seen it. The OG Cannibal Holocaust is lame. Nothing cool about animal torture. I agree. John Wick love makes a sense. A man and his dog. What's not to love? I've loved this. How come you haven't mentioned your streams on YouTube for super chats? Oh, I don't have super chat at the moment. I can apply for this. Is okay. It is a segue, but I'll get to it. I don't actually have super chat activated at the moment. I have to apply. So we did get there. We do have the hours now to monetize YouTube, but I haven't turned it on. And why I haven't turned it on has a lot to do with the post I put in the Discord, but I'll segue to that after I catch up properly. About Time is a good film for romance. The thing is for romance. The Thing, however, is a cool horror. Ginger Dead Man or Toolbox Murders. Yeah, some good silly horror. I've never heard of them, but just the name alone I can imagine. And felt for John Wick. Yeah, exactly. So sad. Thank you, Arrow, for the follow. So if Clem found that toxic, we can put Sweet Home Alabama in the same category. Really, is that right? Okay. If you enjoy Uninterrupted Sanity, do not watch Cannibal Holocaust. Okay, gotcha. We're just talking about movies at the moment, Daddy. Sorry, I only got to that message now. I'm a bit behind. Imagine, if you will, a woman who has her own thoughts and opinions. Truly a horror story? The Scary Door. Final Destination 4 is the epitome of too much money. Well, I'm not up to there yet, but I guess we'll get there eventually. Have you seen the Peter Jackson horror movies? No, that's something that we should watch at some point. Yeah, the UK horror. Rachel McAdams fan. Yeah, how could you not be? She's great. A Nightmare on Elm Street 1 has one CGI effect. Rest all is practical, even when the first girl dies. That was made on set. There we go. Evil Dead Burn is out next month. I didn't even realize they're still making some. Cheers, James Fox, for answering for, on behalf. Close, Daddy. I'm from New Zealand. Yeah. Thanks, guys, for helping Daddy out. Okay, so now that I am... no, you're so fine. Thank you for your patience. So in answer to your question, what is the stream about? I don't really know. I basically... I guess if I were to put it in a way, is I don't have a lot of socialization in my offline life. And so therefore, I stream and then I get to chat with you guys. Calm, what have you done? What have you done? The thing is 80s. There we go. Have you seen Rust as in the game? Oh, yes. Yeah. So that was the Alex Baldwin, was it? I don't think they ended up finishing it, did they? I feel like that would be very controversial. But yes, I do remember when that happened. But I think there are a lot of ways... there are a lot of issues that had gone into what happened then, and I have my opinions on where I would place blame, but the reality is it's not about placing blame, and it's just sad that someone lost their life, and it's really sad. About Time cast is just better. Okay, Rachel McAdams, Bill Nye, and Margot Robbie. Damn. Okay, all right. You're a parasocial friend too, exactly right. Yeah, movies, games, Mercedes. That's it. That's what our stream is about. Thank you, Calm. Thank you. That's better. Chatting with random people. Yeah, such a great idea. Exactly. It's so cold. Well, can we swap temperatures? Because it's hot over here. They finished Rust. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think I didn't even know that they finished it. I do think that's very tasteless for sure. I'm well, Cannon. It's good to see you. Southampton is a student town. It used to be so much fun. Had it slowed down a bit. I don't hang out with the students, so perhaps if I were a student, I would be more lively. I like Southampton. I really do. I think where I am is very much like a safe neighborhood, and not that there's not. I think Southampton is pretty safe in general. But where I am in particular is really nice. It's not like a wealthy neighborhood, but it's just nice. There are a lot of people who are out and about with their kids and prams, which in itself implies safety if, you know, people are happy to raise families around here. I don't have kids though, so it is a different demographic, I suppose. But I love my D&D group, and so that's really nice to have. And I feel safe wandering around Southampton. Yeah, Lily. I get what you mean. However, as I think he was the producer, right? Anyway, but it is their fault for deciding to continue with the film. I suppose there probably was some sort of spin of like, oh, let's honor all of the work that the cinematographer had done or something. I don't know. It feels, or maybe it's just purely money where it's, did they donate at least some of the money? Because I feel like that would make me more understanding of choosing to go ahead with it. Oh, Daddy, I don't have the gifts and stuff turned on, so I have to turn it on basically. So I'll get there eventually. Ah, there we go, Gazzy. I don't hang out with the students. It makes the town fun. Yeah, I think that I'm just in the wrong area to know if that's kind of the vibe. But I just like Southampton. It's cool. D and Dad, Monster Momule, yeah, they're so cute. You're a traveling woman at 30. You have far more friends than you should with those restrictions. Oh, that's actually a really nice way of looking at it. Thank you, Sean. May not add to the feeling of being more socialized, but you're not a strange case. You're a very normal case, and hope you feel. I'm enough. The thing is, I was being very flippant about my socialization offline. I actually am very comfortable with the amount of socialization I get offline. I think it's more I don't really know how to put it. I guess I just enjoy yapping with you guys. I really do. And I don't have anything deeper than that. It's hard to say. I just enjoy I enjoy reaching random strangers on the internet. It's fun. I don't know how to explain it. It's just enjoyable, and it's just good. Hi Ariel. The 120 Days of Sodom is up there with Serbian. Oh, I've heard about the Serbian film. So, okay, so they're that kind of vibe. Gotcha. Hi, Nameless Fox. Happy Delta Room to... Oh my gosh, is that happening tomorrow? Is it finally being released, is it? My goodness gracious. Thanks, Dude Vibes. If I were to move to the UK, I'd probably move to Windsor. Okay, or somewhere out in the UK countryside. How lovely. It had more circles before and less now, and it feels less, but it's very normal as I get older. I'd have reduced. Oh no, I've always had small circles. No. I've always had tiny circles. In fact, I think my circle is larger since moving countries. So I do agree with you, but that in terms of your sentiment, but not applicable to my situation. No pressure to go out clubbing now that I'm 30. That's the one. I'm from New Zealand, Ariel. Yeah, so when I was in Melbourne, when I was in school, I did not have friends, really. Don't talk to strangers. Clem literally walks into the room. When I was in school, I really struggled with friendships. I had, like, my best friend, and that was about it. Maybe a couple extra people, but I never really felt like I had strong, solid friends, like friendship group. I had a friend here or there that I love dearly, and I still catch up to this day. But I didn't have I didn't really have a lot of friends in school. And then when I moved overseas, I started studying acting, and so I found some friends through that, and I had like a little board game crew, and that was kind of now my new friendship group, and that was really lovely. And then over time, that kind of got smaller and smaller as people started doing their own thing and getting new jobs and moving cities, so on and so forth. And in the last few years of living in Melbourne, I really noticed that my circle was just getting smaller and smaller and non-existent. And the people that I used to even do board games with, I didn't hang out with at all anymore. And so I was really proud of myself at trying to put myself out there to find new friends. I was in a relationship at the time, so I wasn't like lonely in that aspect, but I was lonely in a friend's aspect. And so I really put myself out there. I made friends with my barista that I still chat to today. They're really lovely. They pop into stream every now and again. And I made a couple friends who are also content creators. Oh, thank you, Lily. Yeah, they're lost. And so I really, really put a lot of effort. I caught up with some other streamers that it didn't really work out, but like I was really, really trying. Because I found that was something that I was lacking. But I still felt like, I don't know, something wasn't quite gelling. And then I went to the UK last year and I met up with a whole bunch of friends that I had made online. And I just felt like at home. And even though I don't live in other than my housemate, even though I don't live in the same cities that they are all from, like someone's up in Glasgow, for example, they're all over the UK, I felt like a connection that I was lacking in Melbourne. And then when I moved here, and within a month, I found my D&D friends, and I'm going there tonight, for example. It's my D&D night, and they're just so lovely, and I just feel so like, I feel at home. And that's kind of why I also love that's why I love Southampton in particular. And Avalon knows Southampton as a city as well. It's a lovely little quaint city. And I just feel, it's just lovely. It's just nice. It's just really, really nice. And I think maybe there's something about, I've been trying to think about this because for those who don't know, there's a whole bunch of political stuff going on in the UK. That's not what my point is, and that's not really what I want to get into. But because of the political stuff that's going on, there was a riot, for example, in Southampton a few weeks ago with the Henry Nowak stuff. It was, and so on and so forth. And something that I'm hearing a lot of people talk about is like British culture. And it's an interesting concept for me. And I was talking about it with my friend when I was in Copenhagen, where I was trying to think, like, what do I think of as British culture? Because that's basically something that keeps coming up as like British culture, we want to make sure that we have this British culture. And I'm like, what is British culture? What do I think, especially as an immigrant, what is British culture? And I don't necessarily have the answers, but it is just something that I have been thinking about. And my friend made a really good point that maybe the culture is quite similar to Australia and New Zealand, so it's very hard to kind of pick when it's not so dissimilar. Whereas the Scots, for example, I can think of, when you think of Scottish culture, you can think of like the tartan and the bagpipes, and there's a lot there, but it's just, anyway, something I've been mulling over. And my whole point is, I'll go through this in particular, but my whole point of bringing up this thought is I think that I suit being in UK better. And so I don't necessarily know what I would pinpoint as British culture, but I think somehow there's some sort of style of socializing that suits me better. Yeah, it was a penal colony is what they call it, Lily. And so maybe that's what it is, that New Zealanders have a very British influence, and maybe Australians is a little bit different somehow. But I feel like I just feel comfortable in, maybe it's the humor. And I like I said, this is why I brought up the whole culture thing, is because I don't necessarily know how to pinpoint what I would say is British culture or socialization, but what I can say is a feeling, and I feel like I fit in more over here. As British culture goes, we don't have any really. It's a whole thing, and it can be a whole thing, and that's also why it's been an interesting one for me to mull over as an immigrant, as someone who's not here. I'm like, I wonder what I view as very British. Anyway, my point is that I just feel like I fit in here. And I don't know why, but it's a nice feeling. It's, it can be nice to stand out in some way. Like for example, there are so many redheads around. It's great. I just fit in. And so it just feels a little bit more community, maybe. Yeah, maybe there is something like very educated, maybe there, because that's the thing is I do think a lot of the Brits have like this very, Oxford, Cambridge, intellectual wit. I think, especially if you think of British humor is very witty. And so I think there is something there, like maybe the types of conversations, and not to say that Australians don't have that, but maybe it's just that the circles that I was running in I didn't have. And so I didn't go to university in Australia, and maybe if I had, I would have found myself more of those educated intellectuals that maybe is what I'm. But the thing is that I found a lot of the people that I did run into in Australia were very entitled and elitist when they went to university and all these kinds of things. And I don't know what it is. Anyway, you guys can make your own assumptions. And we're sarcastic as fuck. Are we, mate? Really? Are we sarcastic? Very cute. Okay, let me catch up with some things with you guys as well. Persian culture I know very little about. My sister she's actually part Iranian. So her mum, because we don't have the same mum, her mum, I learned a little bit of Persian culture, but really only just a couple of food dishes, and that's about it. So I think that the Persian culture and history would be fascinating for sure. Did you like the TV show Friends? It was fine. I didn't love it like a lot of people did, but it was fine. I started with a big friend group in high school that slowly dwindled through senior year, and I think that's pretty commonplace, right? Friendships are quality, not quantity, for sure. People get stuck on labeling their social structure. It's all preference. As long as you're happy, there's no expectation. You do you, queen. Thank you, James. And that's the thing. Yeah, I like some of my socialization being here online, and that's also a part of it. Man Bites Dog. Oh, a Belgian movie. No, I don't even know that one. I have a large group of friends, so they all tell me I'm loved, but I know I have the sad factor I probably won't be anyone's best man. Fascinating. Yeah, that hurts. I know it's not a me thing, it's just circumstantial. For yourself, it's not a you thing, it's circumstantial. Yeah, I think I kind of understand that. Like, I'm thinking of the friends I caught up with in Copenhagen. I wouldn't think I would be their maid of honor, that's the one, or their best man. So I do understand that, but I don't hold up too much on that. I think yoga is your next network cycle. I actually genuinely was thinking I should go do some Pilates just for me, but also for meeting people. Windsor is definitely not the countryside. Yorkshire. Yeah, Yorkshire was very lovely. I definitely enjoyed up north. If I didn't have the situation that I have here, where I can stay in someone's attic, I think I probably would have moved to Manchester. I spent a month in Manchester last year, and I loved it. I thought it was so much fun. But just the north as a whole, I thought Leeds was really trendy and cool. And so I think I would have ended up there if I had to live somewhere on my own. But why spend that when I have a very cushy situation at the moment? Different timed architecture. Yeah, that's true, Avalon. The only person I still talk to for my entire 13 years in school, says Kiwi Man, is my best friend that I met in first grade. That's so beautiful. I call his parents mom and dad. His siblings still reach out to me. I love that. That's so cute. My goodness gracious. As you were saying, I was trying to differentiate in my head British and Scottish culture and was struggling with British in my head. Like, yeah, that's the thing. I can picture Scottish, but with British, maybe, yeah, and English in particular maybe is why it can be a bit tough. But I do think there's something about the wittiness and the humor that is like very British. For example, American TV and British TV is very different. And in that sense, you can start to see where like the British culture can kind of come in. But I think maybe it's not as obvious as the traditions that you might see in, say, the North, the Nordics, there we go, and the Scottish and whatnot. The true British culture was just getting on with things. Yes, stiff upper lip. That permeates through the humor and community and everything. But in all honesty, that vibe has been receding. Yeah, and that is a shame. And that's where even if you consider yourself more progressive, that's where the idea of conservatism comes in as well. Where it's like, okay, well, we just need to, you know, keep calm and carry on. And maybe that's kind of that if that's a value that you would hold, that would be a little bit more conservative, and not in a bad way. It is really good to be able to have that balance of progression and conservatism, you know. I think British culture is no nonsense. Yeah, there seems to be more nonsense being forced onto us. Oh no. It feels like the identity of being able to call bullshit on something and sticking by ideals is debilitating. I think it's that. Yeah, it can be definitely a mix of everything. Thank you, babes. That's really cute. Regardless of where you come from, you're always welcome in the UK. If you want humor and friendly place, come up here to Yorkshire. I love it. A lot of English culture is just drinking and complaining. Yeah, there's also the sports and whatnot, which you can see in Australia, New Zealand, and also other areas. But yeah, it's just something I've been mulling over. The decline is individualism, mostly from American exceptionalism. People are too focused on their own world and not those around them. I can see that. I feel like I've definitely noticed as an immigrant myself, or want to be an immigrant. I have noticed that there does feel like a lot of holding me up in my apartment. So I kind of briefly spoke about this a few weeks ago, where it feels like everything is online, and that's globally. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that this is exclusive to the UK, but I didn't feel as much of a buying things online as I do since moving here. And at first I was thinking, oh, is that because I don't know where to go to buy certain things? And then I was like, no. The first few weeks, the first month I was here, I was actively taking the bus to go into town and go to the mall, go to IKEA, you know, get all of my stuff set up for my new house, or for my new living situation, I should say. And over time, I was like, I realized that was, it was just, everything seems to be online. And I spoke about this at my D&D night as well, where I don't think it's just a me being unfamiliar with the landscape of the country. I really do think there has been this move of like convenience of just everything is ordered to your door. So even things like going out to eat, for example, I don't see a ton of people doing that, at least where I'm living. It doesn't feel this it doesn't have this like communal feel, where I did feel that in Manchester, and maybe it was the summer, and so maybe I'll see more of it as in the summer. But in Manchester, I can even picture this entire street where it was like rows and rows and rows and rows of tables for people to go get their beers, of course. But everyone was like sharing this space together, and I'm not really seeing a lot of that here. And so I think that's kind of what it is these shared spaces, these third spaces. I'm not seeing a bunch, and I've kind of asked my housemate about it as well, and they have a similar idea where it's like, oh yeah, well they used to have that, but now but it costs too much money, so they got rid of. That's right. I asked them where, because it's so hot this week, I said, oh, what's where do people go to swim? Like, is there a beach in Southampton? Is there a public pool? And they're like, well, there used to be, but they shut it down because it costs too much money. And that, I think, is another example of not having areas for people to build a community and share spaces together. So I think that there would be a seasonal aspect to it, and maybe my mind will change in another month as the sun is coming out more frequently. But I think there might be a permanent thing based on yes, Nine Fox, exactly. Based on these third spaces is what they're called. If you've never heard the term third spaces, basically, I think your first space is your home, your second space is your work. So, so that's an easy enough concept to grasp, right? Like, you have where you live, you have where you work, and then you have your third space, which is usually about socialization. So you can also have public spaces, but gyms as well, and in particular, I've seen a lot of conversations about third spaces in terms of free third spaces. So a skating rink, a skating park would be a great example of a free third space. Basketball courts, these are all third spaces, and particularly free ones that are supposed to be there and maintained by a council for people to indulge in. And so I do think, I don't know about the fourth spaces though, that will be one that you'd have to look up. And so like Nine Fox said, I think that these third spaces are dwindling, and even if those are dwindling, then on top of that, if we are now ordering everything online, not only products but also foods, everything is just coming to our door. We're having less and less socialization. I remember I had this kind of dystopian moment because I was outside of a Subway, and I'm so used to Subways, like where you are like, hey, can I have this bread and those meats and those salads, blah 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 blah. And here in the UK, they now have, similar to McDonald's, I guess, the self-serve to make your Subway sandwich. So instead of talking to someone where you ask them or where they ask you what you want on your Subway sandwich, you literally build it on a screen, and then they just call out this, like, oh, here's your number, and then you grab your sandwich and you disappear. And so there's just nothing that is having these people interact with one another. And that is not our fault. That is, I think, this industrialization and this automation and that push is with the self-serve, it is now making us, not chat to people in the supermarket. And a lot of people might say, oh, I love this. I love not having to talk to the cashier. But humans are social creatures, and I think that there is this move to making us less and less social. Because even think about generations ago. Think about older generations where they'd go to like those dance halls just to meet people. Like, that is such a foreign concept. That like just having a space where a bunch of teenagers can go and have a little boogie. That is such a foreign concept. Like a club, maybe. But I'm talking about like these dance halls. Like that's not existent, really. Oh yes. I thought it was trains. I was like, where are the trains? Hi, Autoloon. Hi, Rob. Okay, I'm gonna catch up with some of the messages I missed earlier as well. But you guys are welcome to. I think I've wrapped up my my rant, so you guys can I'll add when I read through some of the messages. But yes, my sister is part Iranian. If my heart is broken in this long escapade I'm in, I've got a good referral on you, of course, Sean. Persian family law drop. Oh, did you guys not know this? Yeah, so my sister, we have the same dad, but we don't have the same mum. And her mum is Iranian German, so that's how she met my dad. So her mum is my dad's first wife, and so they met at like university together or something like that. And yeah, so I got babysat by her plenty of times, and went to her house when my sister was living with her and stuff. And I don't know how to pronounce it, but there's this particular rice dish. I'm sure that Ariel will know it. Havish Palor. That's probably not how you pronounce it, but it was so tasty, and I'll have to get my sister to send me a recipe for it, because that was like the go-to. There were other things that we would have eaten, but that's the only one that I can say off the top of my head. And I was like, oh yes, because my parents would never make it, and so whenever I'd go there, it was so tasty. It's like rice with like raisins in it, and then you kind of let the rice sit in the pan for long enough where it creates this hard outer like crust. Iran, Rob, rather than Eritrean. And then you like flip it out, and then it's kind of like a rice cake with this crispy outer layer. It's so tasty. Anyway, so yeah, my sister is Iranian, German, and also oh my gosh, babe! Thank you so much for the subscription. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Much appreciated, genuinely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Definitely look into some independent business run classes. Hell yeah, I like this. Manchester is not Yorkshire. Don't get me wrong. I know it's not Yorkshire, but I just meant the north in general. Sorry, I didn't mean to lump them together. I was lumping the north together. But that's Lancashire, you say. I live just outside Leeds. Yeah, Leeds was very funky. I only spent like an afternoon in Leeds, but it had a vibe for sure. I've contracted all over the UK. Always come back home to Yorkshire. That's so beautiful. Imagine Clem streaming from a canal boat. It would be such a vibe, wouldn't it? Cheers, Avalon. Yeah, that would be good. I have on my reminders list to respond to you because I know it's been a while. So that would be good. And so if you send me stuff, then it will be the good kick up my ass to respond to your previous message as well. You're welcome back in Manchester anytime. Yes, all the bricks, exactly. Hi, Cactus John. Which canal boat? Is that your boat, Clem Fandango? Oh, I love to be in a canal boat. Summer now, get yourself down at the pub at 5 p.m. That I will say, Gazzy, that even in Southampton, even in the middle of winter, there is a pub, I guess. What's the, like, in-between? Tavern, pub, brewery. Anyway, I'll use pub because I feel like that's the only word I can think of. Little, like, I think like a little brewery would be a better word. Anyway, so there is a tiny little pub near me, and like I said, no, not a sports bar, but in the middle of winter, that always has people at it still. So I think that is probably one of the spaces that is still shared today. Thank you, Todd. Much appreciated. Groceries to your door is a huge thing in the UK. I wasn't aware of it. In the US, yeah, see, that's what I mean, is groceries to your door is definitely a thing that became more popular during COVID lockdowns in Australia. But I never then adopted going to this, ordering my supermarket shopping. Like, you'd still go to the supermarket. And maybe it's a thing about cars. Like, Australia has like almost everyone has a car or a near supermarket, so maybe that's why they don't order them to their door. I don't know. Bub is Bubs backwards. I like that. The Tesco's alcohol aisle. That's the one. Yeah, everyone's just cruising down the aisle. I'd love to do D&D night with you. That's so cute. I was like, hi, Crossbow. Bedford Place is great in the summer. Okay, Upper Shirley does some things too, but on the whole, we need more third spaces for sure. That is the best thing about Cambridge. It comes to life in summer. That's adorable. Pub culture collapsed when a pint exceeded a $5. I actually don't disagree. I think that there is still some of that like camaraderie, as you say, and some of that, but it's just getting too expensive. And I will say that comparing where I was in Melbourne is very known for its foodie culture, and I never thought that it was cheap, don't get me wrong. But being in the UK, I do think that the cost of going to get a coffee or let alone going out for dinner is very, very high. And I remember thinking this last year as well. So Australia, it's not cheap, but I do think that UK supermarkets are cheaper than Australia. But I do feel like I would be quite happy to go get a coffee in Melbourne, whereas I do think twice about it here in UK. And I like going out to eat, unaffordable. Truly, it's something that I wouldn't do super frequently in Australia anyway. But I didn't have concerns when I would go out. But now I went to sushi and it was £5 for like 2 nigiri. I kid you not. So let me get that Great British Pound to US dollar. So £5 in US dollars would be about $6.50. And then if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, I'll bring up nigiri. One moment. So these things here, this tiny little things where it's just a little bit of rice with a slap of either salmon or prawn or fish or whatever. 2 nigiri for £5? Oh my God. It was so ridiculous. And I was like, how not? Exactly. So $6.50 for 2 of those? Like, I guess I'll just starve, I guess. Like, I'll order 1 as in 2, and then that's my entire budget gone. Gone, I tell you. And so that's what I mean, is it's so, like, what? 2 nigiri for £5? Oh my lanta, exactly right. I just can't, yeah. Yes, Ortaloon, exactly. So it's just ridiculous. So it's about 10 Australian dollars. I cannot believe it. And so that is why I don't have a lot of stories about me going out to dinner. It's near a bunch, like it's in the city center, like it's just kind of off city center. So it's normal. It's normal. Yeah, you get dramatic over pricey food. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oh, is that right, Nate? It taxes the shit out of businesses for no reason. Customers pay for it. And then I guess the problem is that people don't go out because it's too expensive. So then they have to hike their prices up even more because they don't have any customers coming in. It's just ridiculous. And there are some places with like coffee, for example. There are plenty where you can get a decent coffee, but you would not be getting a meal with it. It's just nope, no siree. That's why people are moving to vegetarian, takes a mortgage to get a steak. Exactly. It's too expensive. Ay. Okay, Sean says, talking of shared spaces in identity in culture, I'm not sure if you've seen any of the World Cup stuff. Scotland were playing in Boston. I have seen this. 12,000 fans travelled over, and Boston talked about the fans healing their culture and identity. They didn't talk to strangers in bars. The city lost its sense of fun. Everyone felt on edge and run down. And Scotland's short weekend over there has almost revolutionized their sense of identity, values, and culture. Genuinely worth a look at on Insta stories as a concept you're talking about. That's so beautiful. And I think the Scots are very good at that. I remember when I was in Scotland last year, something that I noticed immediately about the Scottish I guess how they would interact with strangers is I felt there was no expectation in a conversation. So many of the Scots were just so happy to have a chat with you, but you never felt any pressure for it to be anything outside of that conversation. It wasn't networking. It wasn't the expectation of now trying to continue this relationship. It just was a chat for the sake of having a chat. And I think that might be a little bit of why I also enjoy live streaming. It's just yapping for the sake of yapping. We don't have to commit to anything. We don't have to it just is. And I really enjoyed that from the Scots. It was just nice to chat and then part ways, and sometimes you never even find out their name because that's not what it was about. It was just about enjoying the moment, I guess, is how I would put it. Hi, Freaky, by the way. I don't know if you're still here, but hopefully you've been enjoying the yaps. I remember when they tried to shut down the West Staines massive John Nike Leisure Center in 2002. The people stood up and said, nah, I like that. Most third spaces in the UK have been placed on increased restrictions with signs and warnings posted everywhere. These restrictions slowly over time push people away. Yeah, ballparks as an example. Less human communication because of technology push. Yep, 100%, Rob. Would actually go to Subway way more if it was self-order, and I knew someone was going to say that. But yeah, it'll be the robots that will be making the sandwiches soon enough. 30% of Gen Z and Gen Alpha feel too anxious to knock on a friend's door. Exactly, Sean! And don't get me wrong, there are plenty of us millennials who feel that way. But to see more and more young people struggle to interact socially, like how do we now expect to help with low birth rates if people can't even chat to one another? And then also all of the information that they're getting and advice they're getting is from people online, and it's tough, man. It is tough. I really feel for the next generation, especially for those who were going through so many of their formative years in COVID lockdowns. Like that would mess them up something furious, and I really, really do feel for them. I do. Outsourcing our socialization, we're paying others to do it for us. Yep, and now we have like the robot to do calls for us too. Boogie. I like the boogieing. I enjoy Ubering to the 24/7 subway near me after the bar. No clankers, just people. Yeah, but you're a very social person. At least that's the impression you give, Kiwi man. If you don't feel that way, then I don't know what to tell you about your impression. Especially like going to the bar and stuff. And maybe it's a Wisconsin thing. It does feel very social. They're breeding grounds for STDs and unplanned pregnancy. Woo! Dance halls, thank you. A dance hall is very different to a club, though, I would say. If we're being 100% honest, says Nathan, having a little biggie fills me with dread. I'm an introvert. I'd rather play with the dog at the party. Yes, but that's the thing is you don't have to go to the dance hall. Let me put it this way. Hi, thief. Let me put it this way. I don't go to clubs. Clubs exist. There are people who enjoy going to clubs. I'm not one of those people. Does that mean now that clubs shouldn't exist because I'm not one of those people? Yes. No. I'm kidding. My point is that you might be introverted. You might be someone who doesn't enjoy the aspects that are provided. But the issue that I am trying to address is that there are the society and the spaces that are being removed are making extroverts no longer have extroverted spaces. And I think that can be where there can cause issues as well, is people that's what can cause a loneliness epidemic. There are plenty of us who are very comfortable in our own company. But I think even the people who are listening to this right now, that shows an example of a type of socialization that can be achieved online. And that's beautiful. I say that as someone who enjoys it thoroughly. I'm so glad I have this space for a type of socialization. I'm saying this word too many times that it's all just becoming gibberish. It is a type of socialization that I really thrive in and really, really enjoy. However, people who would thrive in places like clubs, dance halls, skate rinks, all of these places, if they are constantly being reduced, and then think about ticket prices for the FIFA World Cup at the moment, that people are being priced out of these areas. I'm not thinking about it from me as an individual. I'm thinking about it as a larger societal situation. And I think that it is causing a lot of this loneliness epidemic because we are making extroverts lonely. And they are not choosing to be in their own company. They are forced to be in their own company. And so that is where I see the issue, is I guess thinking about how others are struggling with their day-to-day rather than how we as more introverts might be struggling. It's a different type. We're talking about social spaces, Thunder. And also, hi, how you going? Okay. I would love a dance hall. I like that. Okay, I'm just catching up with some of these older messages as well. Yes, we were talking about Persian food for a second. Yes, Viva La Dirt League has some great videos about just mental health in general. I think it's really, really cool. This was not beard talk. Sorry, Thief. Yeah, we're going to jump into some Red Dead and we'll see if we can get our beard there. Thank you, babes. I really do appreciate the subscription. We don't need cars as much as Americans and Aussies, smaller place in it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Avalon. And so therefore, there would be this increase of deliveries. I do my big shops online and just go to the supermarket for supplemental stuff. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. There are less cars there. I always keep hearing all the emission bullshit. What's all that if less cars? I think it's not so much that there are fewer cars. It's more that they don't use them. So, for example, I see a bunch of cars on my street that are parked up and get a whole bunch of dirt on them because they're never used. And in some ways, it's great because it means that there's a lot of public transport available. And maybe it's more about my area in particular, but I do think that I don't have any need for a car here, as an example. But in the suburbs that I was living in Melbourne, it was tough without a car. It's just easier to have someone else do the big hauls. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Yeah, Nine Fox also doesn't have a car. And so that's what I'm thinking is maybe in countries that are more likely to have vehicles, maybe you'll see more people shopping in that regard. Contracted all over the UK is funny to me because I used to do landscaping and would drive like 5 hours just for one job before hitting 3 to 5 other sites on the way home. Hilarious. Also, hi, July. Go around to your mates for coffee or dinner. Exactly. No one goes out to eat in this economy. It's so expensive. Don't go to New York. No, I want to go see Hamilton in New York. Damn it. Okay. I am over 30, says Avalon. I love hosting my friends. I just mean you used to know random people down the road because you'd bump into them at the pub or whatever. Wouldn't be friends, but enough to say hi. Yeah, I think that's how I look at it. I think the closest people that I am with, the closest people are like my local barista, for example. That's also why I like live streaming, chatting shit for no reason, and enjoying the company. Yeah, that's what it is, Bib. I like it. Do you know there's no such thing as vegan or vegetarian? We unknowingly consume 1 pound of bugs and bug bits a year. Well, I have no issues with eating bugs, so I didn't think about that as not being vegetarian or vegan. But yeah, I can see that. Were you Scottish in a different life? Maybe, dude. Maybe. Attend a Scottish wedding. Oh Lord, we went to this super exclusive venue and the first words from a Scottish person was, well, this place is gonna get trashed, and he woke up in a bush. Oh gosh, I love the Scots. They're so good. Have you seen the hot dog machine making food? I don't think so, Avalon. You might have to share that one for me. Glasgow is also the precipice of Scotland, like you're talking about just now. Yapping for the sake of yapping. They just enjoy their fellow man and woman's company. Everyone's friend. It's one reason we don't struggle as much with racial, sexual, or religious division. We only care about sports TV support, not the rest. I will say when I was in Glasgow, I saw quite a beautiful, like I wasn't expecting so much diversity in Glasgow. I think in some of the other areas of Scotland, it was very white, but in Glasgow I was like, damn, like there's and not just they're just like lots and lots of different races and religions and ethnicities. It was really cool. And they all just were Scots. Ali G movie, gotcha, Boba, thank you. What's a Trappist? Do I dare ask Francis? Gen Z Hair says, Thief, my only third space is Jiu-Jitsu gym. And even then, everyone has their friend group and it's pretty hard to make friends. And I think another thing is that your Jiu-Jitsu group, like you have to pay for that. And so that's another thing to consider is a lot of these third spaces are also particularly about government and council run third spaces rather than somewhere you go for, you know. No stress, dude. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. What do you think about the people, mostly youngsters, use AI to communicate? Yes, exactly. For example, using AI to craft message to love, to maybe a loved one. What do you think is impact on sender and receiver of those messages and general societal impact? I don't want to think about it because, yeah, it's rough, man. And then I think that it will get to a point where there's like not even a human input. It's that the message will be received by AI and the AI respond. And then what's the human doing? Getting lonely, I guess. COVID definitely didn't help, but I think that started before that. Okay, a lot of it's phones. That's a good point. And then again, shrinking third spaces, people getting way too used to mediated interaction. Ooh. Chanman, do you have an ability to explain a little bit more about mediated interaction? Because I think I'm not interpreting the way that you might mean that. I just want to get your explanation on mediated interaction. My assumption would be that we are very careful about what we say because so much of it can be filmed. Like maybe censored interaction is how I'm interpreting it. The Scotland fans like to boogie. I like it. Ooh. It's been forever since I went to an outdoor rave. Oh my gosh, there we go. More pets too. I feel like kids with pets would solve a lot of problems. Pet parks, yep. Making sure to walk the dog and stuff. Go find a D&B night on Skiddle.com. That doesn't count as a club. It's like a fourth area. Yeah, I saw someone said that the internet is the fourth space, and I'm not going to disagree there. Best way to put it is there weren't introverts in the deeper past. We've been programmed slowly and intensely into introverting, but naturally we are all born extroverts, you reckon. You just need to find it in yourself. Labeling yourself introverted is accepting restrictions on your ability to go outside your comfort zone, restricting it more and more. I actually disagree with this in some aspects, but I think it's more about how I interpret introvert. But I'll come back to that. I just want to catch up in the first place. I never had a girlfriend. I was scared of girls till 21. Any advice? It sounds like you're still scared of them. One hand wash, otherwise you wouldn't need advice. One hand washes the other type deal. You get a kid and a pet and they take care of each other. I think that's cute. And it also teaches them responsibility and all that kind of stuff. People are introverts, but generally push yourself outside your comfortabilities. Best advice I could give. I agree to an extent, but I'll go on my introvert rant in a moment. Besides mundane activity like walking to the waterhole together, meeting at the letterbox, music is a great way to come together for sure. Yes, Avalon's put it well. There are introverts, but more than there would have been. And I've got my pin. I don't think it's that we have more introverts. I think it's that we have more that are socially anxious, and I see them as two very different things. Those places for me to have too many chances to make a dig at myself. I'm a drain on most situations I tend to keep to myself. But see, Boba, this is actually my point, is it's more about social anxiety than introversion, in my opinion. We need the 15-minute cities for sure, Avalon. Keep working hard. Thank you, Nacho. I'll put this premise to you. Let's imagine all of us teleported into a room together right now. You'd feel anxious at first, but you'd ease into talking across the group because you've already moved the comfortability boundary forward by frequent interactions with us in here. That's not one that I feel like I can weigh in on, but I do feel like it's going to be more about social anxiety than introversion. So I'll go on that in a second. If you want to try some real British culture, you should watch some horrible histories. Done. That sounds like fun. Hi, Noel. Scotland has the benefit of slower migration and not segregation of cultures in section areas of cities, so immigrants find themselves being more easily accepted. Oh my gosh, okay. Or part of Scotland, the more frequent they interact, Scotland's identity actually becomes a benefit for integration because we love immigrants adopting our identity. It's a lot about frequency and volume of those that create a much better integrated multicultural society in Glasgow. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Bobo. Thinking about not hurting others, making others uncomfortable, exactly. And when typing, you can kind of have a little bit of pause before jumping into what you're gonna say and all that kind of stuff. Yo, what's up, y'all? It's Licky my cock. Licking my cock. Whoa. Hi, JJ. What's the human doing? Getting lonely, I guess. Why are you going to call me out like that? It's just sad. It's a really sad reality. And that's not exclusive to younger generations, of course. Being lonely just sucks, especially introverted. It's one reason why I started live streaming. There we go. I don't know if Oscar Wilde was Scottish. Sorry, Rob. Maybe both. Yeah, maybe Lord Byron too. Which part? Oh, yeah, that's for Bobo. I'll let them respond that. I never used to be introverted until I was mentally abused. Oh, babe, that sucks. That really, really sucks. To the 21-year-old guy, just get drunk and get out of the way. You have plenty of time to catch up. Exactly right. Don't let any, comparison is the thief of joy. Don't let anyone tell you what path you should be on and how quickly and all that kind of stuff. Thank you, Puffin. I grew up with a low-income family, so I'll let Crosbo finish that one. Okay, so in terms of the introverts versus the introvert conversation, I think a lot of people, and I've said this many times, conflate the idea between introversion and social anxiety. These are not the same thing. I, for one, have experienced social anxiety, and I would say that these days I actually have a lot less social anxiety and very little social anxiety in general. But that doesn't mean I'm not an introvert. So how I very plainly put extroverts versus introverts is that introverts don't necessarily not like socializing. It's just that the socialization can take up energy. And so the same way exercising can make you tired, for an introvert, socializing can make them tired. That doesn't mean that they're not going to enjoy the socializing. The same way some people enjoy playing sports, but when you play sports, you can get tired. Extroverts, however, they will use socialization as a way to reinvigorate themselves. So at the end of a working week, Friday night drink. So it's like, oh, finally, the work week is over. All I want to do is go see my friends and relax. That is an extroverted view, is like, finally I can go enjoy the company of others. And an introvert, however, after the end of a working week, is like, finally I can go home and not talk to anyone, because that is how they will need to rest and regenerate and rejuvenate, whereas an extrovert will do that through catching up with their buddies. And both of these types of people can have a mix of that, and both of these types of people can still experience social anxiety. And a lot of people will think that an introvert is socially anxious, but that doesn't have to be one and the same. An introvert might be more socially anxious because of that exhaustion level. But I also think a lot of people slap themselves as an introvert instead of as a person who is socially anxious. It's like, oh yeah, well, I don't like group situations, and so therefore I'm an introvert. No, you potentially are socially anxious. and it's about that reflection of your individuality. So for example, I don't like hanging out with my friends if there's like more than 2 or 3 people. So I don't like large groups. It does get very overwhelming. I wouldn't say that that is because it's a social anxiety. It's just that the type of socialization that I enjoy is much more one-on-one oriented, and that's preference. And so for me, I very much am aware of when I am having socially anxious moments and when I am having social preferences. And I think that a lot of people don't necessarily have the understanding of what they're experiencing, let alone what someone else is experiencing. But I do think that there are a lot of people who are like, oh, I'm introverted, but they actually have social anxiety. And that is something that can be worked on. And then out through that might find that they are more introverted. But I do find that I like to try and call out the idea of social anxiety and introversion being hand in hand. They can, in some people, be hand in hand, but that is because they are experiencing both things rather than introversion and social anxiety being synonymous. That is my rant on that one. Okay, so Crosbo had a story they were telling. I grew up in a low-income family, so when I, as a teenager, I avoided going out, even friends saying they will buy me tickets, drinks, but every time I would find excuses and don't go. And maybe that was because you just didn't enjoy that kind of socialization. Maybe you found that you are more introverted and you wanted to stay home and you would enjoy that. And I don't know if you would find anyone who might come over and like just sit in silence together, and that could be a type of company that you would enjoy. I know for me that I can really enjoy that. And it doesn't mean you're introverted, it doesn't mean you're socially anxious. Maybe there's a social preference, but I think taking that moment to reflect on why you prefer these things and if it is a preference or if it is an anxiety can go a long way for you to figure out what to work on. Because for me, when I have struggled with social anxiety, a lot of that came from not understanding the things that I enjoy and the situations that I actually want to be involved in. So for example, I might get invited out to go to watch a rugby match. I don't really care about watching rugby. And so I would feel a lot of social anxiety because I was in a situation that I just didn't enjoy. And that wasn't about the people, but there was a little bit of this lack of shared interest. And now that I am feeling a lot more confident on who I am and feeling comfortable on the things I like, I actually find it easier and less social anxiety in situations that I used to be uncomfortable with, because I realized that it's like, okay, well, I don't like this, but I'll go anyway, because I know that this isn't something that I should be enjoying. And I think that's what I used to struggle with, is I felt like when I was in these group situations, whether that going to sports matches or going to the club, I felt like I should be enjoying it and I wasn't enjoying it. And that's where a lot of my anxiety came from. It's like, what's wrong with me? Why do I hate this? Like, why am I not enjoying myself? That's where my anxiety was coming from. But I was able to reflect on that, and others will have a different situation. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, if you find yourself anxious in social situations, if you have an opportunity to kind of find where that is coming from, then I think it can go a long way to overcoming. And like I said, you might just find you're introverted, and therefore you can be more confident in saying no or communicating to your friends when you want to go out and when you don't want to go out. Because for me, that's where I'm very comfortable, is there is never any expectation for me to turn up at a party, because my friends know me very well, and so they will still invite me, but they don't have expectations on me, and if I want to go, I'll go, and if I don't want to go, they're not going to hold that against me, and so I don't have social anxiety of saying no to them either. And that is such a privilege that I have, but it's also one that I've been very, very much working on to be able to communicate that and make that clear for other people, so that I don't have that social anxiety. And my friend, Coffee Snobber, who appears on my stream every now and again, she's a great example of that. She's more extroverted. She's quite extroverted, really, and should do a lot of hosting, should have dinner parties, should invite me to all of them, and I would go to maybe one a year, and we're still good friends 10 years later. She doesn't have that pressure on me, and I don't have the pressure on myself of feeling guilty for saying no. And I think if I was feeling guilt, then that shows as well a bit of social anxiety of like, oh, I don't feel like I can say no. And so that's what I've worked on. And so I know that I am an introvert, but I also know that I have a lot less social anxiety. I don't want to say I have no social anxiety, because there will always be a case where I will feel that. But I've worked very hard on my social anxiety, and now I know what my preferences are, I guess. Anyway, kia ora, Robert. You're easy to listen to and pleasing to the eye. Thank you very much. Thank you for the compliment. I wonder who would win a fight to the death, all the world's introverts or all the world's extroverts? Angela, thank you so much.
Hi, Clem. Hope
Hi.
you're doing good.
Thank you.
Be sure to look after yourself this week.
It's bloody hot.
Much love.
Thank you, Angela. That is very sweet. Much love to you. I hope everything's going okay on your end, and that things are progressing, not only in your professional life, but of course with the engagement and all that kind of stuff. So much love back to you as well, Angela. Thank you. I'm just catching up with a few things. I don't think it's going to hit 40 degrees where I am, admittedly. But it is going to be hot. So this week, it's 29 degrees Celsius at the moment, with a high of 31. Should be 35 tomorrow and the day after, and then it will drop down again. So not where I am will it be hitting 40, but it wouldn't surprise me if there are other places that it will. Your teeth are so perfect. Well, I did get braces, so I would hope that they are... that they've had some work done. Is this exercise analogy? Where was it? An OG Clem cook up? No, that was just something I've cooked up, Nacho. I think it's just come from the idea of draining energy would be the inspiration. Like, it's not something that I've heard other people use as an analogy, but I have heard people talk about battery drainage. And how do you conceptualize battery drainage? Well, when do you get tired? When you exercise. So that's kind of, yeah, that's my cook up, I guess, Nacho. Thank you for the compliment, I suppose. I recharge by being alone. Yeah, I'm the same. I only enjoy going out because I forced to do it in my early 20s until the anxiety disappeared. And that's like a bit of exposure, hey. But it's not going to work for everyone. And that's the thing, is everyone will overcome anxieties in a different way, if they can overcome it at all. And so we can't slap the same thing on everyone. The only reason why I share my experiences is as a way that if that if that resonates with anyone, then great. If that doesn't resonate with you, then I don't know what you in particular can do, but that's kind of how I look at the goal of sharing my experiences, is does this resonate with you? Maybe that's something that you can look into to aid your own situation. And if it doesn't, then that's okay too. It can just be nice to hear from someone else's perspective in that regard and be like, oh, okay, like maybe that's what's happening with my friend, and maybe that's how I can help my friend, rather than it being about for themselves in particular. So so for Gazzy, going out and the exposure helps with anxiety, but for others that will be even more anxiety inducing. And so for me, it was about recognizing that I just didn't enjoy the situations that I was in. Well, I retract my earlier statement there, which the VC just wasn't visible for myself, but now for chatters, I may pop in every now and then. Feel free, anyone and everyone who fancies a breather coming in to text on chat. Adorable, Sean. I love that. It's mainly social anxiety. I personally liken myself to a dog that hasn't been socialized growing up. I didn't necessarily get those tools as a child. Ooh, yeah, that's a good point as well. I'm very on edge in social situations, and afterwards find myself playing through events in my head for hours. Yeah, the checking in where it's like, oh, like, did they misinterpret that the wrong way? That kind of stuff sucks for sure. And that's something that I definitely still experience that kind of stuff where it's like, ooh, like, am I falling short in this because of this XYZ, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's a tough one. Hi, Kara. That's how I found out I prefer oranges to apples. Exactly right. That's how I found out. How could you resist a dinner party, especially from my friend? She's such a phenomenal cook, but it was just I didn't want to be in the big group parties. But yes, I have social anxiety every now and again, but definitely not as bad as it used to be. I get you. POI every now and then I'll pop not as expectation from people. I'm not during as an events. I just enjoy voice call. Ah, cute, very nice. Yeah, I think I must have missed the VC, but I'm sure that it's all sorted now. I wonder if perfectionism gets in the way of a socialization. That's an interesting perspective. I've been asking myself what it means to turn up as a novice. Ooh, I like this, Autoloon. I've never considered it. Where it's a perfectionism on character and being like, oh, like I really wanted to nail that interaction. I like your theory. I do. I think there's something there, and I'm sure someone probably has studied it before. But that's how I interpret it immediately, Autoloon. Of just like I wish to have nailed that interaction, and if you didn't, then that's what might cause you anxiety, is because of perfectionism. Fascinating. There definitely would be people who are like that for sure. And maybe not everyone, and I would hope not everyone, but there will definitely be a subset of people who might struggle in that. Yeah, so what would it mean to turn up as a novice, as someone who's learning socialization? I think that can be another way to tackle social anxiety. Is a good way of looking at it. Is I might not be very good at socialization, but how do I practice it? What if I am the dog or like a robot in training instead of an expert? And perhaps like many things that we feel as if we are supposed to be good at it, especially when you see others who think are good at socializing. And again, comparison is the thief of joy. I think you've got something. I think you've got a good little craft going there, Autoloon. That's definitely like masters of psychology territory. Maybe not a PhD. I'm sure someone studied it before, but there's definitely something there. Perfect surprise party for Clem would be 30 of her closest friends separated into 10 teams of 3 on a roster. The only thing that would make it more perfect is if it wasn't a surprise. I actually have a story on that. So my first year anniversary of streaming, we had a moderator who's no longer a moderator. There is a lot of tea that can be spilt about that. But basically, they organized this really beautiful collection of the community to say nice things like happy birthday and happy anniversary and really, really sweet things. And you've probably seen some of these things in the past. And that was really lovely. But my friend, Coffee Snobber, And some of these were video recordings. That's a very important detail. Some of these messages were actual video recordings, and it just was so sweet. And I still think about it, and it was just beautiful. And then those who weren't comfortable doing a video recording just did like a little message afterwards, and it's stuck with me how many years later. But my friend, Coffee Snobber, she got requested to do, because she hadn't had a face reveal yet, so she did like a little like happy birthday Clementine, but without her face. And so she, having known me for years, spoiled that this was happening because she knows I hate surprises. I hate surprises. I'm not a surprise person. There are very few people that will be able to pull off a decent surprise for me. And so Coffee Snobber would be someone that I would trust with a surprise for me because she knows where I'm okay and where I'm not okay. But point being, she told me about this, so I was prepared. And I'm so glad that she prepared me because now here's a little bit of tea about that moderator in particular. It was like 10 minutes of this gorgeous video of people sharing the like thank yous, like you're so wonderful, and it was just beautiful. And then it was like 30 minutes of the moderator just face. And I was like, eh? I was like, why am I looking at you more than the entire video combined? Like, anyway, so because I was aware that there was going to be something happening, it made me very prepared for it. Yeah, it's correct. Gingers do not have a soul. Anyhow, so catching up with some of the other messages. But you are correct. I can indeed hold a 10-second long queef. It's one of my hidden talents, and now you're aware of it as well. I was named after my grandmother. Is the lore behind my name. Okay, Angela said we had an engagement party. It was a big hit. Looking back at the photos brought me to tears. That's so beautiful. I'm so glad that it's all going well. Francis said, as a former counselor and one of the peers at Wisdom and mental health space, do you use prejudices of differences of two major genders as a medium and using it in your daily life, helping others reflect through themselves? I have no idea what that is, Francis. All of the things that I do in terms of how I see people and whatnot is basically just my own experiences. I practice a form of philosophy without any teachings of philosophy. A lot of the stuff that I come up with is truly just from me. I can't cite any psychology papers, philosophy papers, because I simply didn't read them. Everything that I come up with is basically just a view of my world and how I experience things and how my friends have experienced things and how we kind of worked and overcome on that. So when you say, do you use prejudices of differences of two major genders as a medium, like I don't think that differently, that deeply, I guess. And I think for me, I also try to use very layman terms as well. So I've never really thought about the prejudices of like men and women, I guess. It's something that I will mull over going forward, but it's not something that I have that I think about. I guess the only thing I can say in regard to that, Francis, is I recognize that my experience is my experience, and that's going to differ within my own gender. But if within my own gender they can have similarities, then another gender, non-binary man or any gender, is going to be able to find something that resonates with them regardless of being a different demographic, I guess. That's kind of all I have to say on that after thinking about it within only a couple minutes. Boba says, the way I talk here and even in social situations, is 50% of the face on. Masking is the only way I've stuck around. Yeah, masking is a big thing, and that in itself can be incredibly draining, and that's where some of that battery drainage comes from too. It's exhausting. It's people don't necessarily know, but if you are an actor, like any job, it is a job. It is a performance. It is like if you're on theater and stage and you're remembering all of these lines and you're thinking about how to do this and be, and it is a process. It is exhausting. Masking in the same way is exhausting, and so it sucks. People who struggle with masking, I being one of them, it's not fun. Turn up as a novice means turn up to social situation as someone who is less practiced than an expert is all. I was sharing for the same reason if you're unsure about exposure. It worked for me. There we go. I can only think of something from my own current experiences, Orderloon, which was to join in on a drumming circle without having had any practice on the shamanic drum loop drum. A novice. I like that. Yeah. So you don't know what's going on, but if you just keep practicing, you'll get better and better. One of my dearest friends joins a voice call, but only ever on mute. They have severe PTSD. I quite happily wait on their text responses, so that may not even exclude the potential for growing potential friendships. But again, no expectations in my mind on anything, just offering the ability to choose. And that's really good. And that's autonomy, which is good. I was close person. I will never communicate. Closed off person, maybe, Crossbow. I'll never communicate about my problems, even though I know there's an easy solution that at the end of the problem can't be avoided indefinitely. Yeah. But I was so much in helping other folks. If there's something where I can contribute, I go. If there's a chance to be something about me, I avoid. So it's kind of like this introversion and extroversion blend almost. So you have yeah, it's like you are, it sounds like you want to help other people, but you don't necessarily have the same expectations on people to do the same for you. And that can be really tough. That's not something that I really have any comment on, but just thank you for sharing, Crossbow. And I think this is something that I try to be very conscious of myself, is if there is a situation that I don't necessarily relate to, then I don't try to pretend I relate to it. I thank you for sharing, because I'm sure that someone else will relate to it for sure. And so I think there must be something there about wanting to help others, but not necessarily for having that expectation on others. And I wouldn't know what to do with that. I guess it would just be a question of whether or not you're okay with that situation. I don't think you're necessarily a weird person. It's just a product of your situation. And so I think that's the only thing I would challenge is, do you think that it's weird? Do you think it's abnormal? Do you want to change that? And if you don't, then I think it's just admirable that you want to be there for other people. That's the takeaway. If you don't want to change anything, then that's a nice takeaway, you know. The Midnight Mind Spin, we can't stop rethinking every conversation we had the misfortune of having the day before. Ah, God, we've all been there, Oaken. For sure, for sure. Observing you're screaming ranch vibes. I don't have my hat up here at the moment because I was wearing it to avoid the sun, but I do think that I suit the ranch vibes for sure. I honestly be thinking about how much of my social anxiety and dyslexia is linked with ADHD. Okay, there might be something there, because I know that a lot of people are late stage ADHD or ASD diagnosis, so there could be and truly a possibility there. Being the dark horse used to be the way I used to hide my anxiety. Surely I'm just being intentionally aloof. Yeah, that's the one. I haven't been diagnosed with ADHD, says Boba, but things seem to be matching up. In context of social anxiety, I'm thinking my head is running too fast. It doesn't allow me to put negative, stray thoughts in order. Ooh, interesting. Okay. So Sean says, I've got 2 other Discord YouTube communities that many people have different levels of communication boundaries and comfortabilities. The one I talked about removing the server tech who is abusing his position of power, and cross the line too often. I really take everyone's levels differently and try to respect and welcome it. That's beautiful. Essentially try to decentralize people's anxieties with that kind of thing and just be happy-go-lucky. Ear and blether, and that's the thing, is you're coming at it as a place of recognizing other people's autonomy and your own kindness, and I think that seems like all positive things, right? The anxiety can quintuple, with ADHD for sure. The ADHD adds to your ability to communicate, though, not restrict it. Yeah, ADHD, I can't really relate to, but I have seen people around me who have got late stage diagnosed ADHD, and I think my ex, we kind of, like many people have joked about in the past, where it's like, oh, that's like maybe that's ADHD, that's just your ADHD talking. And then I lived with my housemate, as in Arlo, as you guys know. And I was like, oh, no, my ex didn't have ADHD. And Arlo, I suggested to go look into a diagnosis, and they indeed are now medicated for it. But it was very interesting to see, like, especially with the conversations about ADHD and autism being more frequent. I think that there is a part of where it's like, oh, I relate to these things. Maybe it's something that's worth looking into. But seeing the extreme, or rather seeing more extreme versions, it was a bit of an eye opener for me to realize that the way to get fully diagnosed, like there definitely have to be some serious impacts of your life and lifestyle. And maybe there's something about the spectrum, and maybe if mental health care was free for everyone, we could just get diagnosed left, right, and center. Even if it's a no, because the price is what is the deterrent, right? Whereas, like, imagine if you go through this entire process just to get a no, it's like, well, what now? But I think without a price, it's like, okay, cool. No, well, that's not it. We'll move on and do something else. But yeah, it was just interesting to have that, like, oh, like maybe the conversations of ADHD. Maybe you have a bit of ADHD. And then realizing someone who does have ADHD, I was like, okay, no, my ex didn't have ADHD. I only just realized my ex was autistic as fuck. Sometimes we just, need to see the clues. And that's why I am very pro this, like, awareness of ADHD and autism, because of those exact same things of looking for the signs and then deciding. And same with depression and anxiety. All of these things are so important for people who are not experiencing them, to be more aware of what the people around them might be experiencing them, and how to communicate accordingly. Her overalls are so cute. Thank you, Daddy. Yeah, I like these ones in particular, and especially because it's hot today. I got my legs out, and so they're good ones. Happy to be present to support others, says Schmick. Not comfortable sharing personal issues as not being comfortable being a burden. Yep, an oxymoron, exactly. It's a tough one. Okay, stuck in a paradox. I'm doing 3 additional support needs classes a week just now with a soccer coaching. I think being flexible and considerate of people's forms of communication is so important to adapt to. Exactly. So many people are like, oh, this is just, like, they just don't think about how others communicate, I guess. Knowledge is key. That's the one. All right, I think I'm pretty happy to start wrapping up these conversations and move on to some games. I have to check out this Mirror film later on. I have that open at the moment. I thought it was Dakota Fanning for a second, but that one does look like it would be interesting to watch, that Lily suggested. Oh, thank you. I actually was going to put it up today, and then I was like, oh, it's not too hot, but I do have a hair tie downstairs, so I need to leave a hair tie up here for when it's hot like now, because it's just nice to be off my neck. Thanks, James. Hairline check. Do I still look lovely? Yeah, exactly. It's like a literal ponytail, right? To some respect, I disagree that labeling is always beneficial. I prefer to accept people as they are rather than saying, oh, it's because... Yes, no, I 100% agree. I was a bit flippant on what I was saying about the comparison of ADHD and how if we had the ability to just look into diagnosis, it would be good. But for me, it's definitely more about symptoms and tackling the symptoms. But for me, for example, I have struggled. Well, Okay, I'll segue to my Discord server a little bit. I don't really want to touch on it too much, but I have some struggles in my life that have been persistent, and in the past, I used to think it might be, well, it is some form of bipolar. And depression, and it definitely was, but I have worked very hard on those things, and there can still be issues that come up. And so I think for me, it's been this constant look of, or this introspection of, where are my anxieties or sadness coming from? And when the talks of autism and ADHD started coming up, I was like, oh, maybe there's something there that I'm relating to. And a lot of things that I can struggle with, I feel like can be, again, like you said, with social anxiety, Bobo, of the second guessing of a situation. Yeah, I think labels should be personal. Maybe it's just like that identity. I don't know. It's something that we'll have to look into some more. And so for a long time, I've had a lot of people who are like, oh, well, who cares if you're autistic? Like, you're just you. Like, it's not really, like, you just react to things the way you react to them, and that doesn't change who you are. And all these things are very from a kind place, right? But I think the lack of understanding can be, well, you can feel that way, but I don't understand where that reaction is coming from. I don't understand why I will get very affected by certain things, and all I know is that I get affected by them. And it doesn't help the situation. It doesn't help me now stop getting affected in the future. And so that's where I am at, well, among a lot of things. But that's kind of how I look at things, where I'm like, well, if I can understand where this is coming from. So for some people that could be PTSD, for some people that could be OCD, for some people it could be so many things, right? I think that's where I'm struggling with is, for example, when I was really struggling with anxiety, I got some really great tools that helped me kind of step back from a situation when I am feeling incredibly anxious and understand where that anxiety is coming from. And I think that's really helped me become a healthier individual. But when there are situations that cause like a reaction or an overreaction in me, where I don't know, like where the tools I was given are not applicable in the situation, I do not know what to do. And so that is more what it can be about, is like finding a reason of why I'm reacting a certain way. And sometimes that reason, it can just be like, oh, well, I'm insecure about this, and so when I'm getting upset, it's actually an insecurity. So now I will try and work on this, like feeling more secure, blah, 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 blah. And so for the most part, I have been really grateful that I kind of don't have a label, I guess, but I think I've just kind of hit the wall where perhaps for me looking into something deeper might be beneficial, but I don't think it is always the solution, because of exactly what you've said, Schmick, of sometimes it can be like, oh, well, that's just my label, and so therefore it can excuse my behavior. And I think a lot of people will fall in that situation. I know that for me specifically, that it's more about understanding rather than excusing. And not everyone is going to come at it from that understanding. It's like, because I know plenty of people who are like, well, like, you have to excuse. Okay, I've got an example. There's this girl that I follow on Instagram, and it's really sad. She just came out with a story about her abusive ex, so literally physically abusive, and it was really, really sad to hear. And I was thinking about them in this conversation actually, because they also talked about what signs to look for if there's someone who might be in an abusive relationship, like kind of things to look out for. And so us talking about like the tools and communication, that it reminded me of that. Anyway, so people excuse the abusive ex's behavior because he had diagnosed himself as bipolar. And so it's like, oh well, like you can't tell him that he doesn't have bipolar. He just might not have it officially diagnosed. And it's like, how is that your takeaway instead of the fact that he literally harmed this individual? Like, what? and this kind of story of like, oh, there's always two sides to a story. The thing is that you can say that, but you have to also recognize that just because there are a couple sides to a story doesn't necessarily excuse someone who is physically abusing another individual. Like, what kind of story? It's okay. I'm getting worked up about this. But my point is that the label should not excuse bad behavior. And so what a label could provide is understanding, but it shouldn't be used as an excuse. And I think there are a lot of people who will personally use it as an excuse when they're coming from a not very well-intentioned place. And there are also people who will use things as an excuse from an overly empathetic perspective, where it's like, oh, well, you know, like my kid has this condition. And so the parent can end up being hands off because of their own discomfort. And so it is very easy to fall into using labels as excuses. However, I think that I try to look at it from the optimistic perspective of it is more beneficial for people to have understanding of themselves. And yes, there will be people who will use XYZ as an excuse, but that is a reflection of them and their nature, not about the benefits of having that understanding of self. I think that's how I'd look at it. It's not an excuse to be a dickhead. Get help and sort yourself out, or don't be in a relationship. Yeah, and especially if there's multiple instances of you being abusive, like, get out of here. Yes, it is real brick, by the way, water bag. What I mean by that autism is you should be the one to give yourself the label. Yeah, and that's what you're saying about it being personal. Contemplating rave culture and how it sets up zones for people whose energy and emotional state may be at different levels. So, like, setting up more comfortable chill spaces even right in the middle of it. That's kind of cute. If I was to visit Australia, should I go? I think that Queensland is the best of everything that Australia has to offer, personally. Chucky, hilarious. Yeah, Chucky does have the overalls after all. I think labels are better as diagnosis, but not as labeling. Yeah, I think that there's something to be said there. And I think the problem with labeling is that I understand both sides. I really do. I can see the arguments of not having labels. I can see the arguments of having labels. And so you can sing about it until the cows come home, because there's just pros and cons. And so I think, like in a lot of bureaucracy or policy, a lot of people will debate. They will think about all of the fallouts of choosing a direction, and there should just be a choosing of the direction. And then working on those fallouts. And so, for example, Australia making the social media ban for under 16-year-olds. We are now seeing the fallout of that decision, but I was always pro just doing it because I felt I was under the feeling that someone has to just try. Is because there were all of these arguments of like, oh, social media is so bad, not just for young people, but for adults too. And they're yapping, oh, well, if we ban that, then this will happen, this, blah, 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 blah. Was just so pro just doing it and then seeing what happens. And because that's the thing, is they can always remove the ban. And I think that's kind of coming back to labels, how I see things, is that the debating of one side or the other shouldn't necessarily hold back from just doing something. And just and in diagnosis, the problem, it comes a lot from the lack of support in mental health areas. But I think that if we had more support, I would just be like, yep, let's like all go it. If you're questioning if you have ADHD, ASD, you just do it rather than having to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to do it. Just do it. And then that way, that way, like myself, you're not debating about it for 7+ years. You just know. And I give that term very literally. It's I think I kind of started coming across autism in women and how it can be expressed a little bit differently maybe about 10 years ago, but I seriously started considering it for myself about 7 years ago. And then when I started streaming and having even more people kind of have eyes on me, it became more and more something that I was like, oh, is this like something that I might have? And I never went and got a test because I couldn't afford it. And I still wonder about it today, especially making new relationships. I still think about it. And if I had free access to getting that diagnosis, it might be a no, but at least I wouldn't be hung up on the idea for 7 years. And so in that sense, and then if it's a yes, then it's like, okay, well, now I will have the tools available to me to understand and work through that. Even if it doesn't necessarily change anything about my personality, it does change how I feel because it will be that understanding. And again, it's just not available because often with cost. The diagnosis system should be for them to understand how their own brain works. Yes, exactly right. Hopefully be a pathway for them to get better. The onus is not on everyone else to excuse their behavior. Amen. Very, very well said. And that's the thing, is that's how I look at it, is and for some people that will need medication, they hopefully would now get access to their medication if that's what they want to have as their path. And so people will use it as an excuse. People will use trauma as an excuse. That is not something that we can change. That is only on them to change. And so I see it as a net benefit of like, let's get more funding into mental health. Let's have less stigma around it. Let's get everyone into therapy. One of the reasons, like I put in a massive Discord message a few days ago that I am struggling with my mental health at the moment. That is not a lie. It's been pretty shitty recently. I'm working on it. I'm doing what I can, but one of the deterrents can be finances. And that's one of the reasons why I haven't gone to therapy outside of when I was in a more crisis state a few years ago. But I advocate for therapy. I think it would be really great if I had ongoing support. It can be tough with the finances. So I'm looking into the avenues and I'm looking after myself. But it is stuff that I will handle the best way I can handle in the meantime. I have OCD, but I have no interest in getting a diagnosis. Do you know if OCD does that have medication? I guess some OCD will have medication and some won't, and a lot of it might be more about therapy. But I mean, mumbo jumbo. I'm not gonna say you should go get a diagnosis. If that's something that you've realized in yourself, then yeah, it's great that you understand that about yourself, and hopefully you're able to manage your symptoms because of that recognition. I suspect that it would be very, very difficult if you're having OCD symptoms and didn't know what OCD was, right? Because even if you haven't got a diagnosis, you clearly know what it is. You're able to self-diagnose in that regard, and I'm sure that alone helped a lot. However, not knowing what OCD is, you probably wouldn't be able to self-diagnose this, and then just that can cause even more of a spiral. But hopefully it's okay. It's mild enough. Okay, I don't really think I need professional help for it. Yeah, OCD is not one that I have a lot of information on. I just know that it must be really, really tough. And as long as you recognize when it might be more of a problem than affecting your day-to-day, then I think that as long as you're able to manage it, then good for you, because that understanding of it is probably goes a long way. It's only medicated if it's debilitating. Okay, thanks, James. Not being able to leave a room unless you turn the light off. Yeah, and then if you mess it up, you have to try it again. And yeah, that basically just makes you a shut-in. Okay, yeah. I don't really know a lot about psychiatry, I would say. That's where I've been interested in psychology and philosophy. I hot take, I actually think psychology is a evolution of philosophy, especially if you read a lot of what philosophers taught. Psychologists today are still teaching those same things. So I don't think it's really that hot take. It just makes sense in my mind, but maybe a more academic individual will be able to correct me or have the nuance there to make it more clear. Anyways, so that's kind of where my interests have laid, because I just do a lot of introspection myself, I guess. Whereas psychiatry and things like medication becomes very chemical, becomes very scientific, and that's something that I don't have knowledge in. Have you ever had experiences about having a meltdown whenever there's an opportunity of being in a situation where you need to be with a person or someone on a one-on-one talk about a very important synergy encounter, and a paradigm always messes up around your entire thoughts, and you end up feeling disappointed and frustrated and somewhat humiliated of yourself because the words just won't come out? Oh yeah, 100%. I was wondering where that was going. But I think there to put it more succinctly, because there's a lot of words there. I think that you're saying, like, when you are having a conversation with someone and you're trying to communicate and you just don't have the ability to communicate, and it can be really, really frustrating, or whatever emotion you want to attach to that. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. And it happens a little bit too frequently in my life, I would say. Clint, spending a long time in here now, it's hard to pick up autism or ADHD with yourself. Definitely high processing. You're very quick in the brain and versatile, which, to be fair, could be ADHD. The high processing part, that's actually what I have most. I'm going to jump in the fire pit because my brain said so. ADHD, yeah, that's like the intrusive thoughts almost. What's your struggles for sleeping and best routines for sleeping? You think I sleep? That's adorable. That's so cute, Sean. That's adorable. Me sleeping. Adorable. No, anyway, to be frank, I have struggled with sleeping for 15, 16 years, maybe even longer. So I don't have tools to help with sleeping, basically. Crutches can be helpful, but we want everyone to be able to walk unaided. I like that. That's a good way of looking at it, for sure. I wonder how much of it is having a solid knowledge of self and understanding your emotions, like having the language to express and understand. And then on the other side, the diagnosis, if we had mental education in school, it would be create and based to measure the other diagnosis. Yeah, I think it's like starting to get difficult to conceptualize. But I definitely agree with, I think a lot of people, so I read something that was talking about how people will get more frustrated if they don't have the ability to understand where the frustrations are coming from or the language. And so there are people who will feel listless because they don't have the language to understand like a longing for something that they will never achieve. And in German, the word has escaped me, which does not help my case. Oh, goodness. Sehnsucht, something sucht. It's a word that usually Germans do compound words, but the first word, so it's like basically something searching, and the something actually does not exist. I think it's Sehnsucht. I'm sure that if I spell it wrong, I will be corrected. Sehnsucht. There we go. So Sehnsucht is a German word that basically has this yearning, as it says, for an unattainable state. And I read this paper ages and ages and ages ago. I can't even cite it. That talked about how the Germans that they were interviewing had more contentedness with this language than the non-Germans where this term was literally just not in our vocabulary. So in English, that term is not in our vocabulary, and so therefore people would feel more listless was the word I used. And so the point is that this paper was covering the idea that with increased vocabulary, then we become better at understanding our emotions and therefore regulating our emotions. And I remember talking about this on stream ages ago. Emotional vocab, where it has like, I think it's for kids mainly, but there's like this beautiful big wheel. Thank you for the follow. Yes, I think this is the one that was shared to me, of trying to help the understanding of emotions. So basically, how do you feel? I don't know. I feel a bit like angry, maybe. Okay, do you think that's coming from... Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Let's do it like this. So I don't know, maybe I'm feeling a little bit angry. I don't know why though. Okay, well, are you feeling like that's coming from a humiliation? Are you feeling that's a frustration? Like, do you feel aggressive? And so basically this wheel helps with vocabulary. And so then you can be like, oh, I'm a bit humiliated because I feel disrespected. And so this big, beautiful wheel is basically a tool to aid your vocabulary. And then when you are able to understand the vocabulary of what you're feeling, you can communicate it better and you can also regulate it better. And so that's basically, I think, where admittedly a lot of my emotional regulation can come from, is that I think I have a pretty decent vocabulary. It's not see, look, I can't even think of the word. It's not extensive, it's not infinite, but I do get a lot of enjoyment out of trying to find the perfect word for a situation. And those who have watched me for several months or even several weeks, you will see that I do present that see, even now, me thinking about what the word is, present that idiosyncrasy, I guess, like that behavior very specifically. And this conversation is actually proving it, as I really do try to find the right word. And I often will pose it to you guys where I'm like, no, that's not the word. Like, I'm looking for this word. And I think it does help one be more articulate and eloquent. And I'm very comfortable. But the other thing is I'm very comfortable recognizing that I'm not finding the right word. And so anyway, my point is that I think when it comes to emotions that I do have a lot of the vocabulary. And so that can help me go, ooh, like, this is what I'm feeling right now. Like, I'm feeling insecure because I'm feeling like inadequate. And that's because I feel like, okay, now I can work on that because maybe I'm not pulling my weight. And so because I'm not pulling my weight, I need to make sure that I am helping my housemate out with vacuuming more and cleaning the house more, like that, just as something off the top of my head. And that can go a long way. But for me in particular, I know that I struggle when I don't know where that vocab is coming from. Where like when I don't have the vocab. And so point being, Boba was talking about how much of it is solid knowledge of self and understanding your emotion. I completely am for this this idea, because I do think that if you that there are people who have shown that if you have the language and the mental education, but also the vocabulary from a young age, you're able to express that better as you age and communicate better. It can feel like a failure of self when I can't define my thoughts accurately. And then when you think about that, it's like, okay, well, now you can go to the next step. It's like, why do I feel that way? Is it because I feel stupid? Do I feel inferior when I'm stupid? Is my identity to do with feeling like that I should be smarter than others? Or maybe in like, I know that you have kids, Schmick. So for example, would that come from like, oh, well, I should be seen as the person who knows something, especially for my kids? Like, that's where you can ask those questions and then hopefully eventually get to the bottom of it. That's at least what my processing is when I'm struggling. And so, for example, for those who read my Discord message, I've been through a lot of that processing. And I constantly go through that processing and I try and think of what's the best for me. Maybe it's just continuing a routine and like holding myself accountable. And right now I have decided that the best thing for me is to not have expectations on myself, and that will help me be kinder to myself. So that is why I'm having a very loosey-goosey turn up when I want to. That's all. It's not an excuse to be a dickhead. Get help. Oh yeah, we read this one. Okay, I know I'm a little bit behind, but I think that the conversation has been really, really. Let's find the word. Let's find the vocab. Interesting, in depth, grabbing, intriguing, engaging. I have been very engaged with what you guys have to say, and so I'm very comfortable slowing it down and actually reading what you guys have to say. But yes, reasons aren't excuses. Good one. Do you know what I think would help lots with society, says Sean, is a real subject in schools on accountability, responsibilities, morals, values, all these kinds of things. Boba puts it as ME, like PE, physical education, but ME, mental education. And I think there's also a beautiful play on words with the acronym being me. Let's go to me class, where you just learn about yourself, and hopefully that can help you be kinder to others as well. Thank you, James. Thank you. That's really kind. I'm glad. And that's the thing is, I find it really difficult to explain what I do on my channel because I myself am interested in so many things, and I like it. Thank you, Steve. That is very kind. I'm just catching up with some older messages. Liken it to this Federation in Star Trek, says Boba. They're so homogenized and safe, it meant that many cultures had to be dumbed down and lost for the ease of homogenization. I'm saying the Federation gentrified the Earth and they are the bad guys. I like it. There was something that I would add to that. Do I want to do that now? I think I have to formulate my thoughts a bit better. But it is basically, just because you are, just because one is uncomfortable with a situation doesn't mean it shouldn't be spoken about. And I think that homogenization that you're referring to, I'm seeing a little bit where it's like, ooh, like, we can't talk about these things because it might offend someone. And I don't mean like hate speech. Please don't share hate speech. That's not freedom of speech. That's just hatred. But I do think that there is something to be said about people really shying away from tough, critical, difficult topics. And it's bubble wrapping. I think that there is a lot of bubble wrapping that is going on. And it sucks. And so it does create a bit of a society of, well, bubble wrapping. I don't think I can put it any better. I definitely seem to think about things differently, or so it seems, says Orderloo. I was diagnosed with chronic depression and anxiety, you poor thing. That was a lot of hard work, and they sometimes deal with anxiety. Well, I'm glad that you have been able to work on it, and I know from my own experiences it never truly goes away. But hopefully you're in a better space now. I've only ever got help after a crisis. Shit's kind of fucked, but I guess the rub being when you're down, you don't want to reach out or even try to fix shit, and that's something that a lot of people really struggle to understand. I actually had I'm gonna call out Alison as in the tired actor, the square hole girl for those who are not as familiar with tired actor. When I had done my message in the Discord about wanting to take some time off or needing to take some time off rather, she sent me a message. And it was so nice because, especially as another content creator, she just got it. She like there were certain things. I'm not going to repeat our conversation because it is personal. But it was just so nice to have someone where I didn't have to explain what I was going through. She just got it. She understood it. She empathized. She experienced it. And Boba, what you've said is also nailing it. Is the when you are struggling, everyone says, yes, like when you're struggling, go get help, go get therapy. Like, are you getting therapy? And it's like, bitch, I'm struggling right now. Do you know how hard it is for me to even get out of bed? You think I can now go find a new doctor and therapist in a completely new country? Ah! And yes, I am saying this from a bit of a dramatic and comedic aspect, but I do mean it seriously as well. It is tough, man. It's tough. And I think a lot of people they mean well, and we understand that, but that is something that I think people can be dismissive of when you are struggling. It is fucking hard to get help. Even if you can rationalize it, where it's like, I know I need help right now. I know I should get help. I know I should go to therapy. You're literally often telling yourself that. But it's like, I can't even, like, go for a walk. You think I can now call someone or research online? I'm like in bed until however long. You think that I have the ability to research a therapist? Like, anyhow, so point being that yes, it can be really tough when you are struggling because everything is tough. Everything is so much harder. And so that's why we should be getting therapy when we're in a good mood so that before we reach the critical points, intervention, all these kinds of things. And there are a lot of youth mental health facilities and organizations that really try and work on that. I've worked with Batir in the past, who are an Australian youth mental health organization that work on intervening early intervention. And this is coming back to what Boba said about having mental education in schools. Like, that is such a surefire way to help reduce so much self-harm, suicide, mental health crises is what they call them. So even if you're feeling a little bit anxious, it can work to get therapy. But I also know, for my own sake, how many deterrents there are there as well. Anyhow, Russell Brand and Charlie Sheen is such a wild one to mistake, but nonetheless. Yeah, then you punish yourself for not being able to do what you need to do. Exactly. It's this vicious cycle. Exactly right. Exactly. But yes, I am friends with the square hole girl. Her name is tired_actor if you want to see any of her stuff. She's wonderful. Her name's Alison, and she is actually one of the most beautiful people I've ever met on this planet. So I love her. I'm so glad that we are acquainted. And we are acquainted because of shared communities and people who brought us together. So thank you guys for bringing me and Alison together because I love her so very much. Okay, so Sean says OCD tends to develop from anxiety, trauma in the past. Oh, and then that need for control. That makes sense. Crossbow agrees and disagrees about the moral values in particular, and having that being taught. There should be teaching on responsibility instead, revolving complicated situations, but think some societies failed with it. Or, medication bullshit for sure. Young people can absolutely exploit the system. Agree, there should be some punishment, not just we will work, you will be better. Yeah, I think that I'm inclined to agree with you as well, Crossbow, is that teaching responsibility is really nice, and accountability, responsibility, and accountability. So, as an example, I mentioned this a little while ago. Is I had a nephew who just would refuse to tell the story of what he did. He was just lying through his teeth, and in this I can be like, well, you're lying because you're scared of punishment. But the thing is, his parents are pretty good at not, like, they're not aggressive, they're not yellers. There are all of these things where I'm like, I can't understand what they're actually afraid of in terms of punishment, because they don't get severe punishment, and maybe that could be its own issue, but they have their PlayStation takeaway, all these kinds of things. But when I was talking to them, I think that what they were experiencing was not a fear of like their PlayStation being taken away, but just simply the avoidance of feeling guilty. And so if we come back to our emotion vocab wheel here, perhaps there's something there where I think that they were lying and lying and lying to avoid accountability, but rather to avoid feeling guilt. They didn't want to feel like they had done something wrong, not because they were scared of punishment, but because they didn't want to feel guilty. And that in itself can be very confronting and overwhelming. And I think a lot of adults go through this as well. This is just my theory. I think that there are plenty adults who will make, and coming back to excuses, it's all coming full circle, that is not going through the square hole, that people will not take accountability. They will always have a reason, an excuse. It was my XYZ. It was my trauma. It was my label. It was all of these circumstances, instead of just feeling guilty, instead of sitting in that guilt and sitting in that shame. Anyway, that's just a theory. That's just a theory. Yeah, lying for the love of the game. Maybe that's all it was. Anyhow, thank you so much for the compliment on speaking clearly, though. I do appreciate that. Avoidance. Yes, it's the avoidance. Adults have easier access to alcohol as well. Oh yeah, Calm. Exactly. It can be tough, but you're doing a great job, Calm. You really are. I've seen that firsthand. Yeah, we're yapping. For the love of the game is funny as fuck. It's great. Hey, dude. It's a dangerous thing. People like that can rationalize terrible things and lie to themselves enough to believe it's okay, for sure. And so, yeah, maybe a bit of protectionism. That's not a word I've heard before, but I can through context understand where it's coming from. Exposure to failing, being guilty is the way forward. Yes. And I think that there is a large part of society that's not new, but I think there is a large part of society that does struggle with this failure and letting people fail. And I think social media, again, doesn't help with that, because it's like you see the perfect versions of a person's life. You've seen where they've come from, and then it's like, well, that's not how I feel. So, and you don't show the failures, you don't show, like, it's just all very particular, and it's multifaceted, of course. But my point is that I think you've also put it well, is that when the feeling of failure is not something that we allow ourselves to feel. What is this one? Why do girls always say they want to be loved, but I don't hear them say they want to love? Do girls want to love or just want to be loved? That is actually a really interesting question, rather. First things first, like, I would say let's not make it super gendered. I don't think it's necessarily a gender thing, but I think you raise a really interesting point. It's like, oh, I just want someone to love me. I just want someone like that I can have a companionship with. I don't think that is gender exclusive, but it is an interesting thought experiment that I've never really considered myself. I just want someone to love. I want someone. I will have to think about it some more. I don't have. Usually, I have an answer. I don't have an answer right in this moment. I'm gonna have to mull this one over for sure. I like it though. I very much like it. Yeah, a lot of shielding for sure. Yes, I completely agree, Gazzy. I've actually my dad. He just wants to protect his family from everything. It's really it's really sweet. I love my dad so very much. But I've actually had to have tough conversations with him where I'm like, you don't like if I am lamenting about something, he often wants to try and fix it. And I'm like, no. It's you don't understand. Like I'm just lamenting because I'm feeling stress about something. You can't take away that stress necessarily. Like it is you can't necessarily take away that stress. It's just that I'm feeling stress and I will go through it on the other side and manage stress rather than remove stress. I think that might be it. My dad is the type who will want to remove stress instead of help you manage it. And I think those are two different things. But that's all I'll say to that. Hi, Dave. Yeah, can both not be true? Yeah, all these kinds of things. It's find me somebody to love. There we go. So the Queen says it very well. I also am thinking of my favorite movie, which is not actually from my favorite movie, but the greatest thing to ever learn is just to love and be loved in return. Anyway, that's Nature Boy, which is an older song as well. But I don't necessarily agree with it because you don't always have the fortune to have someone love you in return. But I think that to love is, yeah, that's a beautiful notion in its own right. Okay, cheers, Boba. I will come back to this soon. I will read some of the other things. He's a bulldozer parent. Aww. Reciprocating love goes without saying. I think to an extent I can understand because I think that you can reciprocate love without it being the same type of love. And so, for example, friendship loves and whatnot. I'll have to mull it over a little bit more. Like I said, I haven't considered the thought of like, oh, maybe it's because I don't have people in my life that are like, oh, I just want someone to love me or I want to love someone. Like, I don't have people anecdotally who are like that. So that can be something that I struggle with. And so already I suspend my disbelief because I'm like, where are you getting this rhetoric? Is it from movies? Is it from social media? Well, in that case, is it real? Like, and so that's where I am struggling with the question because I'm trying to understand. Maybe that's what it is. That will be the question I have that I would ask is why do you feel like that is what people are saying? Where have you come up with that understanding of girls in particular? You know? Hi, Turtle. Okay. Scrolling. Therapy can help, but sometimes you don't need therapy. Sometimes you just need someone who gets it. Exactly. And for me, that was Allison in this regard. Oh, hi, Tokyo. Sorry, I missed this one. I know that you had popped in. I don't currently need a video editor for short form content. That's me. I'm the editor. But I don't know. It would be, let me put it this way. I do not earn enough money to afford a video editor. So if you want to be a video editor for me and you are expecting a payment, it doesn't matter how low your rates are. I cannot afford them. I'm going to be straight up with you. So Tokyo, if it's a long-term investment that you're looking for of hoping that my YouTube will pop the fuck off and you can get a cut from that, like what do they call it? A percentage deal, where currently I'm earning $0 on YouTube and therefore you too will earn $0. But who knows if we cut a deal one day when we're earning $1 million, like stocks, you know? Do you want a percentage of the company or do you want a flat rate? Because the flat rate is non-existent right now. Ah, thank you, Sean. It's definitely something that like I would love to have this conversation on YouTube. I think that a lot of people who miss the live streams do miss out on some of these conversations, and I think that I would be well suited on YouTube to kind of like take this section and put it on YouTube. I've tried to edit it in the past, and because we like now have 3 hours of one conversation flowing to the next, it can be really tough to edit. Because it's like, where's the cutoff, especially if I'm doing callbacks. And so I think that it would be very much a situation of being very particular of the conversations where it's like, okay, we're talking about this and now we're going to wrap it up and that's just it. And so I definitely see it as a tough thing to edit at this stage because of the nature of how I live stream. And so potentially I could change how I live stream and that would make it easier to edit. But anyway, that is just a whole another topic. Hi, Quokka. Looking for unpaid interns. Exactly right. 2 channels I have 0% editing because they were channels I stuck around since early. And this is the other thing, Sean, is I think with by nature of how I live stream, it would be better for someone to watch my live stream to know when it cuts off, rather than now giving a 3.5-hour VOD and be like, please cut this into 6 different YouTube videos of the 6 different conversations we had that are also kind of related to each other. I think it is easier to have a viewer, and this is for even clips as well, a viewer as the editor. But anyway, that's another topic. It's just like interesting. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Hi, Georgie. Don Adams, he essentially took the role for no money, but took a percentage of royalties and hasn't needed to work since. Wow, I had no idea. I know that there are people like that. I think it was either Facebook or Apple. There was like a what do they call them? Designer, product designer, just a designer. Is that what it's called? Creative designer? Like logos and stuff. What are they called? I'm pretty sure that it was someone in this regard. Okay, but first once you guys tell me what a logo designer is. Graphic designer, thank you. So I'm not 100% sure, so please don't take my word for it. Ah, there we go, Georgie. I'm pretty sure that a graphic designer in one of these major tech companies, they decided to get shares rather than a flat payment, and now they are like multi-millionaire. So whether that Google, Facebook, whatever it was, some sort of graphic designer, they decided to take a risk on the tech company and now they're multi-millionaire. So if you too want to take a risk on my YouTube channel, then let me know. Cheers, James. Cheers. No, I have to think about these things. And in very, very clear and direct communication to those who actually are interested in helping out with editing, even if it were for free. I appreciate it. One of the reasons I cannot commit to it is because of the mental health, and it it sucks, but those are one of my obstacles, is being able to like look into these things. So it's not that I think you suck. You might, but that's not why I've turned you down. It's because I am struggling. I guess sometimes people talk about like a fear of, they talk about fear of failure. I think I have a bit of fear of success, or imposter syndrome. They're kind of hand in hand. Anyway, that's kind of the stuff I can struggle with. Calling all Saudi investors. When you start making enough, let me know. Awesome, Gazi, awesome. Especially in UK, because that will be something that will be useful to have with the UK tax. Very particular. That's the thing, Schmick, is like it's not so much a perfectionism, but it's that and I know that we've spoken about this with others in the past, is it's easier for me to do my own stuff because I know what I'm trying, what vibe I'm trying to achieve. And so it can, some people are like, oh, like I don't know what I'm aiming for. And so anyone helping out can be really good. But I have a very particular, I'm very particular, and I don't want to subject others to that particularness, is the reality of it. And so, for example, I had someone reach out to do video editing, and they created something, and it was just not it. It was not it whatsoever. It was poorly timed. It was very not it. And I said, thank you, but no thank you. And they kind of then were like, well, like, what do you, how do you want it to look? Like, we can get there. And I was like, we're just different. I know I don't have owe you an explanation. It's just, I like to give it anyway. Thank you for the follows, guys. My biggest hate on people I edit for, they would never give criticism. Yeah, please. Otherwise they are disgruntled and then don't say anything, right? Anyhow. Okay. I think there really is a spectrum, says our Dave. My sister and husband are really amazing and good with her kids, especially compared to some other people. I'm not surprised. Girls and boys are basically the same, in my opinion. If you're romantic, then you probably find a boy or girl like that as well. Wanting to be loved but not releasing accountability and responsibility that comes with needing to be loved back the same way. Full circle again. It's the same topic, and that's the problem, is how can I edit this YouTube video if it is just the live? It's just the live. We can't make it 20 minutes when it's just the live. Lexington said, my ex always wanted to be treated like a princess, but she would never reciprocate. For example, expect messages but whine and complain and eventually refuse if I ever ask for one. I know that too well. I've had a perfect explanation from your dad's perspective. I'm not surprised. Okay, I'm just catching up with some older messages. Thanks, you guys, for your patience today. Okay, so Boba's big text dump message. You're walking down the street, you see someone you know. Not well, but you do know them. As you get closer and as they pass, they don't acknowledge you. What does that make you think? Then how does that make you feel emotionally? Then finally, how does that make you feel physically? For me, it was they didn't want to talk to me. I feel like a loser and it reinforces my own negative thoughts. Finally, I actually then physically feel shit. My gut sinks and I lose energy. Oh, so it's basically an idea of understanding the situation, how it's made you feel, right? Yeah, okay. So it's an exercise, and that's what helped made stuff start to click. I think I saw something similar in a book I read that was talking about a similar structure of this situation. I think it was the other way around, made me feel physically this way so that I can understand the emotion behind it, but similar concept. Okay, so now think, they just didn't see me, and start at that, and all the other knock-on effects no longer happen. So that is very simple cognitive behavioral therapy for sure. It started an ability to have some form of introspection. Okay, so you're feeling all of these things, but what if the situation were different? And then it can help you, I guess, let go of a lot of that anxiety, maybe. No, not Bowie, Nature Boy, but still Moulin Rouge. No, I like it, Boba. Thank you for sharing. You're at A and want to be at B. Your dad can see a clear path between the two and just wants to guide you to the easiest way possible. You aren't asking for how. Yes, exactly. But I wasn't asking for how, just to hear exactly. My mum's really good at that. My mum is so good. She's great. Great to question the social norms around what is actually meant to care. Oh, yeah, what to be, care, or love. So I read a book that was like when caring is detrimental, when caring's not enough. Because a parent, for example, they can care about their child so deeply, but they won't let them fail, which doesn't help the child grow. They will maybe even push the child too hard because they know that they slacked off as a kid, and so they don't want their kid to fall into the same same path, and so then they're too strict and so on and so forth. But these situations come from care and come from love, but it's not necessarily what's best for the person receiving that. And yeah, I do not envy parents, let me put it that way. But it can be the same in relationships as well, you know, as trying to understand one another. I had a thought today, a great t-shirt, Hope Scroller. Just seeing the positive in social media and all that. I like it, Autoloon. That's cute. Yeah, I need an editor for my OnlyFans. Hilarious how they just saw that. That is very, very funny. Yeah, only edit for people I watch. Exactly. Hated putting myself out there. Yeah, I'll think about it one step at a time, you know. Trash Taste Podcast is really nice. Trash Taste Podcast. It's ringing a bell, but I don't know why. I missed out on a 2.5 million YouTube channel editing because I felt weird reaching out to their media manager who I asked to contact through referral. Oh no, yeah, that could be a tough one. Maybe again, fear of success. I talked about mediation, not medication. Oh, sorry. That that must have been my my fault, Crossbow. How school pushed mediation is bubble wrapping. It starts with premise. Everything starts at ends with flowers and butterflies. Or that mediation makes youngsters exploit the system. Bully go bully without punishment. Yeah, there should be clear lines, consequences, not empty. Mediation. My apologies. Thank you, Crossbow, for readdressing that. I think that yeah, you've put that very well. It's just like everything is sunshine and rainbows. And then like you say, people will not get punished because it's like, oh well, we just have to understand where they're coming from. And Clemens also that particular. My mind this whole time, if you ask credentials there, but I'm here for content, not marketing meetings. Thanks, John. No, I do appreciate that. I will reach out should I wish to reach out. Do you know that's the criticisms. A YouTuber that does movie reactions just dropped a video about her struggles with burnout, editing, getting editors, and then having to micromanage to a point where she should have just done it herself. And then one extra IRL thing goes shit. And yes. And so Boba, this is a really good way of me relating. Is I know that there are a lot of people who theoretically would be taking on off some workload like editing, for example. But then if it's not achieving the same vision that you have, then like this YouTuber you're mentioning, they have to micromanage, and then it just becomes a shit relationship, because then the YouTuber is like, oh, they're so micromanagey, and they are making all these tiny little changes, and so it just shows that they are not on the same wavelength. And so for me, I think that there is an extent of being like, okay, like we can try this out and see if it works, and then if it doesn't, feel okay with that as well. But I'm just not at the point where I'm willing to try. I only started YouTube like a few months ago after all. I'm new to it. I'm working on it. You didn't like my edit I made on Microsoft Paint? No, Toad. I love everything you do. My MS Paint skills are incomparable. Hilarious. I want Clem to fill the hole my mother left. Hilarious. How's your afternoon, Turtle? It's going very well. I'm feeling good today. So thank you very much for asking. Helps when someone watches content, yeah, for editing and stuff. Almost catching up. Almost caught. I am a very tough customer. Yes, I am incredibly tough customer, and I know that, and I know that there are a lot of people who I think, like Sean, for example, you said how you don't necessarily see a lot of maybe the autism traits that I myself relate to, but that's because I wouldn't say, I mean, there might be some things that can be seen through my content, but a lot of the things that make me curious about whether or not there are that I have autism traits are my offline. And I'm not saying that my online version is different to who I am. It's just I'm presenting in a particular way, the same way that you're different with a partner versus your sibling versus being at work versus your parent. Like, they're all the same person. So this is still who I am. But when I'm struggling, you wouldn't necessarily see that struggle online. It's when I'm dealing with the things offline where it can be tough. And so can I give a personal experience? So as an example, when I was in South Africa, I loved my time in South Africa. It was beautiful. I was surrounded by such welcoming, kind souls. And I really struggled in those situations. I can't even pinpoint it today, where every single person that I met was so nice and they were so inquisitive and so inviting. Like, they're like, oh, you have to come along to this thing. Like, when you come back to South Africa, you have to come join us for this. They're so kind. And I really, like, it really, really messed with me. That's not the word I mean. But I really, really struggled with it. And I can't even tell you why. I think it was because I felt like I didn't fit in, which is ridiculous because they were inviting me. But I felt like I wasn't necessarily being myself, I guess. No, that's not even it. I can't tell you. I can object to, yeah, but why? But why? Exactly. I don't know. They were so nice. And I think a part of it probably comes from the fact that they were inviting me to things that I wasn't necessarily interested in. I don't know. And see, this is what I mean is, but why? However, on the flip side, I go to my D&D nights and I'm just like, enamored. I'm comfortable. I'm not doubting myself. I'm not questioning my presence there. I just feel comfortable. Like, it's just a feeling. It's literally just a feeling. And that's not to say that either group are kinder than the other, but the D&D group I have are just my people. And I don't have better words to explain it. They're just my people. Exactly. I don't have anything better to explain. There's nothing that explains it. It just is. It's just a feeling. And sometimes it doesn't go deeper than that. Hi, Rianne, also. Speaking of South Africa, I spent the last 7 days in the hospital. Oh, well, to be fair, Quokka, I haven't even been live myself. So, so if you're looking for being missed, I think that all of us were missing one another because I just simply haven't been live. On the scale from American to Japanese, you're English. I don't know what that means, but I'll take it. Goes back to the British talk. Yes, exactly. I don't think they were performative necessarily. Yeah, but I just feel at home here. Thank you, Quokka. That's very kind. Okay, what else do we have? Praising a kid by saying they were smart instead of saying well done for working hard. Apparently that is a huge mistake because they fear losing the smart title. I actually have seen Healthy Gamer GG, Dr. K, talk about this a little bit, is that gifted kids really struggle because their identity is about being gifted. And so when they start being amongst others who are just as gifted, they're like, who am I? And yeah, it's a tough one. So, okay. Yeah, good job for working hard. Okay, I'll keep that in mind for communicating with kids in the future as well. If they, because let me put it this way, there are some kids who are just very, very smart. But that shouldn't now become their identity. They because they don't want to lose that. Yeah, I like it. Thank you very much for sharing. I'm already editing for your OnlyFans. It was hard getting those feet pics without you knowing. Hilarious. It's all just from like the same type of stream. I actually said earlier autism traits are likely offline. Yeah, exactly. High processing. That's the one. But yeah, I think I I think for me, a big thing that's kind of like one of those quirkier traits rather than the this is really painful and it affecting my day to day in a way that is a struggle. But one of the quirkier ones is my interpreting things literally. So much so that I cannot say the phrase take things literally because it actually grinds my gears. I have a lot of neurodivergent content creators who come up on my feed and talk about their autism and they're like, haha, take things literally. No, you fucking don't. That's kleptomania. And it actually, like, and as you can tell, it really gets me heated. It pisses me off. I'm like, you can't have a trait that is talking about taking things literally when you don't take things literally. You interpret things literally. It's really, and honestly, as you can tell, it really gets me fired up. So if you take things literally, no, you fucking don't. You interpret them literally, unless you're a klepto. So just putting it out there. Anyhow, that's one of the big things. I'm quite specific. I'm quite specific. And something you'll notice is when I don't give estimations very what's it called? I don't generalize very easily. So I just corrected myself here. I was about to say I will never, and then I was like, well, it's never say never. That is an example of my literal interpretations is, so I was about to say, I will never say like, oh, there are millions of people there if there weren't millions of people there. And then I caught myself because I'm like, well, I might say it. So I will very unlikely say that there will be millions of people at an event because I struggle with generalizing and overestimations. I will always, like, it's something that you, if you watch regularly, you'll start to pick up on where I'll be like, oh, there were tens of people there, which doesn't sound very grand, but there weren't over 100 people. So I can't say there were like hundreds of people there because there weren't hundreds of people. There were tens of people. Anyway, you'll start to notice it more. I literally died. Oh, goodness. Anyhow. But yes, I want to come back to South Africa and see the animals for sure, Rian. For sure. When I was young lad, grades K to 4, my handwriting was atrocious. I spent one of my recess periods in a classroom full of non-verbal special needs kids having to write my letters over and over again. Oh, and it was literally just because, I wonder, is that like a dexterity thing or your handwriting was just that bad? That's an interesting one. I've never really thought about that. Anyhow. There are some people you can talk with and be friends. There are also some people that just get you exactly. And my D&D crew were that from day one for sure. For sure. What's New Zealand and your parents like? Are they quite British and dynamic? No, my dad is incredibly German. And that's the thing is I'm like, am I autistic or am I just German? ¿Por qué nos los dos? Wait, that's Spanish. So my dad is every German stereotype who's just very like straight-laced, humorless, very organized, hard worker. This is how things are done. He's great. He's great. He really is. And then mum, she's been on stream a couple times. They're coming to visit in September. So if you guys stick around for 3 months, you'll get to meet my mum. Yes, I mean, I think he's picked that up in New Zealand. That's probably more of a new thing rather than something from Germany. That's since living in New Zealand for 30 years. And mum, she's very cheeky. She's very maternal. She gives teacher vibes. She just, I've said this to her in the past. My mum is someone who, how do I explain this? You know the term main character syndrome, where people think that they are the protagonist. They think that they're the main character. I kind of often rebut that phrase in a sense that you are the main character of your story. Like you cannot be in anyone else's story other than your own. So you are the main character. The difference is main character syndrome is where you make other people think you're the main character of their story. And that is where that becomes more of an issue. I think there's nothing wrong with being like, all I have control over is me, myself, and I. And so you are the main character. But don't make yourself the main character of someone else's story. Okay? We've set up that base. My mum, however, it's like she knows her role in someone else's story. And I don't know anyone else like that. She's very like, she just plays exactly what she needs to be for that 1 minute, that 30 years in my case, and it's really beautiful. It's I love my mum. Oh, I love my parents. Yeah, well, it's not that she's a role player. It's that she does not she doesn't insert herself into someone's story. She will be an NPC. Like, if she just needs to be an NPC, she will be an NPC. She does not try to be anything more. I don't know how to explain it. And that's like I said, because I don't know anyone else like her. It's that she, like, if you're reading a book, for example, and her character is in one page of one chapter, and still there was a reason why they were in that story, right? Like, the author still chose for this random character to be a part of this larger story. And that has an impact. That there was a reason why they were in there, and it can have its own impact. And my mum knows that of herself in other people's story, where she'll just play however small a part impactfully. And whatever she is meant to be in that moment, she is. It's just really special. It's and then obviously I get her for 30 years, so lucky me, and hopefully longer. Anyway, I've got great parents. I really do. I get very teary-eyed anytime I talk about them. Who is she in Harry Potter? Maybe like the Weasley mother in a way. Like, she doesn't have a big role, but she's like very maternal. Yeah, see, Sean gets it. She's like very maternal, and she doesn't need to have a whole bunch of screen time. But we all know her, and it's like, you know, stay away from my daughter, you bitch, or whatever. I think that would be the comparison. Thank you, Quacker. Yeah, she's very special, and my dad is very special too. Okay, Francis says, I'm ready to write my old book again. It's called A Bully Who Became a Priest. Fascinating. Okay, I like it. Let us know how it goes. Just like this crowd is definitely my kind of peeps. I love that. Thank you, Boba. I love that. Okay, yeah, are you just left-handed, Quokka? Was that the whole thing? I do miss Kiwi Land, by the way, Rian. People misusing the word literally sets me off, never mind the grammar. Yeah, and that's the thing, is I know a lot of people will hate people using it literally versus when they're supposed to say figuratively. But for me, I can excuse that because there are just people who are not particular. I can excuse the people who are not particular. But I will say, I do get a bit gatekeepy to the neurodivergents who claim that they take things literally. It actually gives me like physical reaction. I kid you not. It's just, ugh. If anyone is supposed to understand why you can't take things literally, it is the neurodivergents who are claiming that they take it literally. Yeah, I will confess, I'm very gatekeepy about it. I'm incredibly gatekeepy about it, but it's because they're the ones who should know better. Most people also use POV wrong. Oh yeah, POV, and it's like not from the POV whatsoever for sure, especially in social media now. If they take things literally, then that triggers my grammar Nazi. Exactly. It should be literally take things. Yeah, it's like kleptomania. Someone literally pissed themselves, then I need to see the piss. You could or at least sniff it. Snape is daddy for sure. Plus, it's Alan Rickman. How can you go wrong? You know. Dozen sounds better. Scores is a good one. I like this. Toad, thank you very much. You have improved my vocabulary from here on out, and I very much appreciate it. I think I say tens because I say it because it is a little bit jarring, where it's like, sorry, what did you say? Did you say there are tens of people? Yes, I did. But you are correct. Dozens. There were dozens of people. I like this. I can use this and scores if I want it to be a little bit more. Okay. I like it, but don't be surprised if I still say tens just because I think it sounds stupid, and I like it for that reason. I've never thought I had autistic traits, but quirky ones like you say that probably are. I cannot use embroidery cutlery. So it's like a sensory thing maybe. Or pattern plateware. I want all my food bites to be the exact same taste each bite, so equal measures of each ingredient for every bite, aka baby food. If I'm showing no decorum, just mashing everything up. Same with pizza, I have to reshuffle all the toppings so each slice has the same. Yeah, there's a particularness. And that's the thing is my friend really opened me up to the term traits as opposed to diagnosis. So you can have OCD traits, you could have ADHD traits, you can have autistic traits without having autism, without having OCD, without having ADHD. And that really helped me, I guess, just chill out. Whereas like, okay, I might have autistic traits without necessarily having autism, and that's something that I can manage. Whereas like this trait, when it's an issue, I can treat it like a trait and like an autistic trait without having full autism, for example. Yeah, talk about a blow to the ego for sure. How's your handwriting now, Quokka, out of curiosity? I like the suspicious package myself. No, that's a suspect package. I'm the one who's suspicious, and security is like, oh, you're suspicious too? Please step this way, sir. I like to say never as a demonstration of hypocrisy or satire. Gotcha. I wish I could play D&D. We can't take ourselves seriously enough, though. It's like a disability. I think that's the thing is people are too cool. I'm the main character, but also the support character. Yeah, she just plays a perfect support character. I'm the protagonist of your life. Some parents do that to their kids, and it's sad. Exactly right. Suspicious and suspect have been interchangeable for centuries. Suspicious packages. Yeah, that's the one. What do you know about Islam? Very little. Imagine having way too much excitement and happiness, then you blow it up all inside your head. Ready to explode must have been a hard venial feeling. I don't know that word. And I mean in general when I say yes. That's another one that you'll, as in you will notice, that I often say when one does this instead of when you do this, because I'm like, oh, I don't mean you specifically. I mean when one does this. My mother calls me evil and tells me I'll never find a wife. Damn, she really the antagonist in your story. Hey, Toad. I say that jokingly, but hopefully that didn't trigger anything. As someone who has Tourette's, like the hidden traits I possess versus the ones on show are scarily unbalanced. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. Yeah, Tourette's is something I have very little knowledge of whatsoever. So it is, I think another thing, seeing more people who have it and talk about it is really cool, because then that can help us have more understanding. There's a really beautiful interview with, oh gosh, I can't remember the interviewer, but Billie Eilish. For those who do not know, Billie Eilish actually has Tourette's as well. And the interviewer was like, oh, like what's going on? Like, what is this? And she's like, oh no, like it's fine. And then she said it was a Tourette's thing. And he's like, what can we do? Like, should we turn off the lights? Like, what can we do? Tell me what to do to help you in this moment. Rather than being like, oh, you're weird. Oh, look, it's so quirky. With the tics and stuff. So again, another thing that's really good to have open conversations about. Quokka says, I've been honestly wondering if I'm neurodivergent. I think I'm going to see a doctor about it. I don't think I am, but one never knows. And if you have the opportunity to look into it, I don't think that hurts either. I think that I do understand how people have issues with Harry Potter as a whole, but I think that we can also recognize that it is a easy point of reference for a lot of people. So I have no issues with being with this one of being like, oh, who was my mum in the Harry Potter series that all of us have read. We don't have to necessarily sweep it under the rug. Hi, Tony, by the way. Did they recast the new Snape? I don't want to get into things being problematic and whatnot. That I think that's where I am like we can talk about very easily of like a point of reference for everyone. But I guess you could use Star Wars as another example. But I think that I would ask for the recognition that bringing up something like Snape being a person of color is inviting a conversation that people will be on conflicting sides of the story for. And if I'm not bringing that up myself and wanting to manage that conversation, I would ask if that wasn't brought up in chat without me, because that is not something that I want to have to manage, basically, because I know that there are people that will be like, it's just not necessary. Where's the beard? Well, once I get into Red Dead Redemption, it will be there, but I have to open it up first. I don't have any quirks like that. I'm just bored all the time just by being medicated for depression. Yeah, but I mean, boredom can be its own form of depression, hey. Seth Meyers corrections. Yeah, I don't know what this one is. Sorry, Steve. Same bite thing reminds me of a scene from My Blue Heaven. A wife complains her husband has a system for everything, even eating pancakes, so that the top and bottom pancakes get the same amount of syrup. I mean, that just sounds like peak efficiency. I like it. I can print legibly. That's how I explain my handwriting. Anyone can read it. It's not pretty. Effect versus effect. Yeah, that's a good one. Couldn't care more. Hilarious. Literally triggered an ad. Hilarious. Cheers, James. Yeah, I'll check it out. Grammatically stupid. Well, we've kind of accidentally ended up there. The phrase "same difference" is the most infuriating oxymoron I've ever come across. Yeah, I can feel that one for sure. Too cool. I would really love to enjoy D&D, but I'm just too self-conscious. I'm embarrassed. Oh, my apologies. I may have been a bit flippant while trying to catch up. I do think that there are people who do really struggle with role-playing because they struggle to let go of a facade. I've seen players in that regard where they're like struggling to role-play, I guess. But I think that with the right people that you're able to find that role-playing aspect and what type of role-playing as well. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Yeah, I think that's it, Toad, is for me, what I will say on J.K. Rowling, okay, is that I know that there are a lot of things that she's done that I completely disagree with. And some people will be aware and some people will not be aware. I think for me, a lot of just not talking about it, like fading to obscurity is kind of my, what's it called? My prescription. And I think that that's what a lot of people try and use as well, where it's like, let's just not talk about them whatsoever. But by the same token, I think that can be a very much a sweeping under the rug situation. And so it is very conflicting information. So, hi, Mike. So my stance is basically, if Harry Potter is brought up in like a very simple context, then we all recognize that it was such a massive influence on a lot of people. And fair enough, Toad. And so it's like, oh yeah, so we can have this immediate point of reference of who would I be in Harry Potter? Like that's a simple point of reference, and then that's as deep as it needs to go. But to then bring into play things like the new show, that's where I start to be like, nah, let's not worry about it. It's
I'm
not
doing
something
my
that I
part.
want to bring that's what it is. I don't want to bring attention to new stuff. I think that's what my stance is we can all recognize that we're such a huge influence on society, but we don't need to bring attention to the new things. We don't need to promote or criticize, because both are attention to new things. And the game can be another example of that, so on and so forth. Harry Potter is no Lord of the Rings, but I do think that Harry Potter, it was a very different time, in the sense that it is about kids, and kids grew up alongside those kids, both the books and the movies, and that is not something that the Lord of the Rings can or did replicate, especially in a newer context. Lord of the Rings is a phenomenal, like, I watched the movies, it's a beautiful, beautiful story, but it is a different type of resonance that is experienced from like the early 2000s period with Harry Potter. Hi, Hugh. Snape should just take care of her. I like this. Cheers, James. Yeah, I'll check it when I'm ready. Yeah, exactly. And so I think for me, it's not even about a moral standpoint on how I feel about J.K. Rowling. It's just a moral standpoint on how I feel about companies, and them beating something to death. And I can say the same thing about Star Wars or even Rings of Power. Like that is where my moral standpoint is. Yeah, and that's another thing, McLovin, is recognizing that there are a lot of people, and still even young kids today, who are right on that Harry Potter train. But I am disappointed that they are making a TV show. Ridiculous. Oh, but it's gonna spend more time so that we can see more of the books. Okay. Do you not know how to read a book? Anyway. I don't know what this one is. Sorry, Toad. I feel like it might be contested. Anyway, I'll assume that it's not one I should speak too much about. Dumbledore comes from an archaic and regional British dialect term for a bumblebee. That's cute. Hi, princess. Please don't speak of such heresy. Well, that was exactly what my point was. Okay, everyone, I'm done chatting. But I am going to continue with some video games. So that actually went on a lot longer than I thought it would. If you guys have been enjoying yourself, consider following, consider subscribing, and hit all the notifications so that you can see when I'm live next. What else? Oh, and if you're on YouTube and you want to keep hanging out, consider coming over to Twitch so that you can continue in playing some games with us. We're playing Red Dead Redemption 2. And if you're happy not live chatting, then you can also watch on XClem Plays, but live chat is not available over on that YouTube channel. Oh yeah, and check out all of the other socials. I put a lot of work into editing, so go check them out. Oh, really? Okay. Well, maybe we can save that for next stream, Toad. If you happen to be in the next live stream. Also, Toad, I really appreciate all of the comments on on my stuff. Every time I'm like, oh, Toad's so great. But bring it up next time, because I will forget. I'm not even going to make any promises that I will look it up after stream. Also, because I'm going to D&D after stream. But if you remember, bring it up, and then I can learn live on stream. Yeah, it's been nice. The app was needed. Thank you, yeah. Yeah, beard time, exactly. No work today, hell yeah. But I also kind of hate you. Well, you can join us in some Red Dead in that case. Oh, I see, I see. So let's not talk about current stuff. Let's talk about history instead. You know what? I'm not mad about that, Toad. I like that cheekiness, and I wouldn't expect it from. Of course, I wouldn't expect anything else from you. There we go. Yeah, it was a good chat. It went on for a lot longer than I thought it would be. But it was enjoyable, and that is why we continued. But like I said, YouTube, it is time to end. So if you want to continue, come over to Twitch, come over to XClemPlays and watch some gameplay. Otherwise, we'll see you next time. Sorry, Rizzo, bad timing. You've come at the end of the stream. But I do appreciate it. Thank you for all the support, and that's it. Bye, YouTube.